Can you do that? Stop the call Polycom to Polycom, and then I'm going to call it in through the Zoom so I can share the screen with the exhibit, which will actually help when we do jury instructions.
Copy that. Hang it up. So are you calling again?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Except now both room systems are out, so hold on. One more.
You are in the meeting now.
All right, so the record should reflect that I've now changed the audio visual from the Polycom unit to the use of Zoom. I've called in both courtrooms and they can hear from over there. And then I'll do, I just need to get back on so I can get the email. Give me a second. I have to go from double screen to single screen the way I sign in, but that'll take me just a second. And then I'll share screen so the color exhibit can be viewed by the defendant. All right, now the court is sharing screen and the image is being displayed. You see it? Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding that then, sir?
My question was, pretty much already answered. You don't know if me myself can hear everything you do in your courtroom, correct?
I do not, correct.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll stop sharing. Okay, thank you, Zach. You can step down. All right, I just wanted to put that on the record since that was an issue raised by Mr. Brooks previously. Now, I need to get a copy of the jury instructions. They were quite lengthy. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks was provided with a written copy. It's 107 pages, and the state was provided with a written copy as well. Again, it's all the same 107 pages, and then my written copy is...
Qué pena, perdón, yo tenía aquí, perdón, estaba con una disculpa, estaba en mute, gracias por avisarme. Perdón, les estaba comentando que este señor ahorita está en el cuartito, lo volvieron a pasar a otra corte o a otro salón porque está muy intransigente y está haciendo todo por Zoom y la jueza pues está terminando de dar instrucciones de cómo van a llevar a cabo esto porque él no puede controlar. Recordemos que él se está autodefendiendo, ¿eh? Él es su propia defensa y estaba haciendo este juicio porque lo acusan pues de haber atropellado a 7 personas durante un desfile navideño el año pasado. Para los que van llegando.
I didn't rest my case, so I don't know why that's being told. And I have yet to be able to offer my exhibits into the record for evidence. How is that so, Your Honor?
So the court did declare the evidentiary phase of this trial closed. I specifically found that you forfeited your right to present any further evidence or testimony.
Él acaba de
When
perder
you failed to
su
answer my
derecho
questions regarding the calling of witnesses.
de
And
poner
then I
ninguna
also
evidencia.
declared that you forfeited your right to testify.
Bueno, que tiene
Specifically as it
su
relates to
derecho
your
de
trial
testificar,
filing,
pero
sir, I would
acaba de
note
perder
that
los otros derechos. No
all,
sé qué exactamente hizo porque llegó
evidence in a
tarde.
trial must be proper, it must be probative, it must be relevant,
Dice
and
que
it
la
must follow
corte,
all
o sea,
rules of
el juicio tiene
procedure
que
and
ser,
all rules of evidence.
tiene que
To
estar
the extent that you
presidido
wrote
por
all
las
of those
evidencias
documents,
y
sir,
documentos
that would be
correctos.
hearsay. And for that reason, I'm denying your request to make them part of the
Y
record.
por ese mismo, como que no llegó preparado, y por ese mismo dice que le está declinando su derecho a presentar las otras pruebas que tenía él preparadas.
So that's not what I said, you're misquoting me, but in
Dice,
any
eso no es
event,
lo
I'm
que yo he
denying
dicho,
your
usted
request.
acaba de misentenderme.
So you're saying that I have no right to present evidence and to have exhibits as the state's been able to do.
Mr. Brooks,
Are
I'm
you
not
denying
going to
me my-
have a debate about this
Are you
now.
denying
I
me-
have,
are you-
I gotta
are you
mute him
denying
once
me your right?
again.
Dice, usted me está
Mr. Brooks, I have
denegando.
muted you because I declared the evidentiary phase of this trial closed. You forfeited your right to present further evidence and
Ella le está
testimony
diciendo que acaba de perder su derecho
previously by
de
refusing to answer the
presentar
court's questions. I will
testimonios.
specifically address the filings. Number one, it is not true that I advised him that any filing would become evidence. That is simply false.
Dice que no
Number
es
two,
verdad que él
filings, I told him if he wanted to present motions, should be written down and should be based in law
dice
and
que si él
fact
quiere presentar,
and request specific
tiene que presentar las
relief.
cosas por
I'm well
escrito.
aware that
Quiere
previously
presentar
he
más
has
evidencias,
referenced
más pruebas, tiene
he
que
would
presentar
like
las
his
cosas por
filings
escrito
made exhibits.
y de
I've
acuerdo a
reviewed
las
those
reglas de
filings.
la
There's
corte.
nothing relevant,
Y que
nothing
si no es
probative,
relevante lo que la
or
información que él quiere
the
dar, no
information
la
contained
tiene que
therein
dar.
is
La
hearsay.
información que deben de contener estas como
Mr.
estos
Brooks
sheets,
would have
estos
needed to
papeles.
testify regarding any statements that he, from himself, testimony. He cannot simply put in an affidavit. That's not proper. That's hearsay. And he hasn't asked in any of those filings that he hasn't put forth any exception to the hearsay rule that would allow
Y
this
que bueno,
court
pues
to
de acuerdo
admit
a
his written filings.
reglas
I believe
de los derechos,
without fail, they are all irrelevant, not
que
probative,
él no está proveyendo lo que
and
necesitan para
hearsay,
continuar con este juicio.
and therefore not admissible.
Y que
So
pues,
we're
no es
moving
admisible.
on to the discussion of jury instructions. When Mr. Brooks wants to abide by the rules of decorum and
Y que el
civility,
señor Brooke está
I will
tratando pues de
unmute
hacer
him.
sus
He
propias
clearly just
reglas en
took
la
the
corte, o sea,
entire
lo traen
packet of
ahorita
jury
en jaque
instructions and
porque
put them,
no está
I don't
siguiendo
know
lo
what's
que debe
under
de
the
ser,
table,
como pues él no
if
es
it's the
abogado
garbage
también.
can, or if he just simply put them under the table, but they are no longer in front of him. I will, however, unmute him so that
Y que ahora
he
lo
can
va a
give his
desmutear porque lo
feedback,
tenía muteado.
regarding jury instructions. It's
Y
typically a
después de
back
darle
and
las
forth. We'll
instrucciones,
go
la
through
jueza,
them. And I'll ask the parties whether there are any instructions they believe should be included, and we'll have a discussion on that. And then we'll talk about whether any of the instructions that are in here need to be modified in any way, taken out, edited, etc.
Beauty.
Right, you're unmuted now, but as long as
dice, ya
we
está
have to
usted
not
muted,
interrupt.
pero,
You
o sea,
can't-
tiene
you
que,
can't- I'm not trying to interrupt, but how can you deny me the chance to put on the adequate defense?
dice que por qué le tiene que denegar su derecho de presentar la información que él quiere.
So you filed everything that I gave to you. You
Right,
filed.
Dice
Mr.
que
Brooks, I'm
él,
going
ella
to mute you
le denegó
because this is
todas las
not
cosas que
relevant at this
él estaba
time.
ofreciendo.
He's raised tone of voice. He's
Dice, él
very
está
animated.
alzando la
He threw the
voz,
jury instructions on the
no
floor.
sigue las instrucciones que le estoy dando.
I
De los,
understand you're upset, sir.
dice, yo
I
entiendo que usted está
understand you
enojado
believe I'm violating
y
your
yo
right
sé,
to present a defense. I've made my rulings,
dice, ella pues
I
ella está
determine you
presentando las
forfeited
reglas
your
de cómo
right
se
to
debe de presentar en
testify,
la corte
which
todo esto.
includes the right to present evidence
Él tiene
as
el
you
derecho
would
de
have
presentar las
testified.
evidencias, pero pues de la manera que
I
deben de ser avaladas
closed
por la
your,
corte.
and I closed off your ability to call any other witnesses by finding that you
Ella ya
forfeited
le
your
quitó
right to
todo el
do
derecho
so
que
based
tiene de
upon your
presentar ningún
conduct.
otro
I
testigo.
understand you're frustrated.
Dice,
I
yo entiendo
understand
que
you
usted está
believe
frustrado,
that I'm not without authority to do that. I
pero
made specific factual findings. I've referenced the law and you being upset with the
Dice,
decision
yo,
is
ella
not
se
going
quitó
to
los
change
audífonos, ya no la
my
está
mind.
escuchando.
He's also taken the headphones off.
Dice, y usted
It's
se está
his
quitando
choice
los
right now
audífonos.
whether he participates in this jury
Usted no
instruction
puede,
conference.
no coopera para
It
participar
is
en
his
este
choice.
juicio.
But if he is going to spout off about things that I've already determined,
Dice
I
que
will
si él
continue
va a
to exercise the
desameritar
mute
las cosas que
function
ella
on
actualmente
the
pues está
audio
indicándole.
I'll unmute him again, but,
Dice, estás on mute, no
but
te,
you
no
are
te puedo
advised, so
escuchar.
you need to be proper.
Y tiene
You
que
need to not
conducirse a mí de una
interrupt,
manera
and you need to
educada.
stay on task, which is we're discussing jury instructions, not other evidence, not subject matter jurisdiction, not your belief that I told you to file things a certain way. We are now discussing jury instructions. So once again, I'll unmute him to see if he can follow.
Dice que
this
otra
simple
vez lo
rule.
va a desmutear.
You need to tell me why I can't present evidence. How can you deny me the fact? How can you deny me my right to present evidence?
Dice, ¿por qué me está denegando mi
told
derecho
you
de
once
presentar
again,
evidencias?
Because he wants to continue. And again, I understand he's upset.
Dice, yo
I
entiendo que
understand
está usted enojado.
He has himself to blame for
Que
his conduct this morning
Su,
and the
su
rulings that
conducta
I've
acerca
made.
de esta mañana es lo
Alright,
que
so
lo
let's
tiene
go
así,
through
ya lo
these
tienen
jury
como vetado, ya
instructions.
está.
First of all, has the state received a copy of the draft?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, do you acknowledge receipt? I believe you did by acknowledging it previously, but do you acknowledge receipt of the draft of the final jury instructions?
I acknowledge nothing, and I don't acknowledge anything now. I have not received anything.
I would ask the bailiff to
I
pick
don't
up the
see.
documents from the floor.
Dice que le va a pedir pues a alguien que vaya a recoger los documentos, o sea, ya va a ser ahora como quien dice a distancia, él ya no lo tienen.
How can you
Yeah.
tell me when I done stated?
I'm gonna
3
read
or
it
4
once
times,
again, because again, I understand he's
Ahí le están
upset.
dando los
If the
documentos, mira, que
bailiff
tiró
could
a la
confirm,
basura
well, he put 'em on
y los
top,
está
he put 'em on
tirando
the
al
floor.
suelo, vean.
That's his right. They're not in front of
Está
him,
haciendo
but it's by
berrinche.
his own conduct that he's done that. The record should reflect Mr. Brooks is muted because he wants to continue to debate with this court about my prior rulings
Pues es
regarding
que él
his
está alegándole a la jueza sus
forfeiture
indicaciones, sus
by
reglas,
conduct of
entonces
his
pues
right
ya,
to present
ya lo van a
further
vetar
evidence
casi
on
casi
his
de ahí
behalf.
porque pues no está haciendo su trabajo como defensa ni se está comportando educadamente. Entonces, eso que le entregaron ahorita esos documentos de la basura, él mismo los llevó ahí, o sea,
You
está...
know, one of the things I probably need to look at, I'm not sure if Madam Clerk did this or not, would be the language from the amendment from the amended information on count 70. No, I don't want to do that.
What we got? I changed,
Hold on.
Con sus
70
cajitas.
6, the 76 count, just want to make, it says near Frame Park, so it is in there, but that was just one question I had. All right. So state have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I'm just going through each one. I'm on page 50 of 107. Everything's looking great so far.
Okay. Fair enough, there's 107 pages. I certainly can give the parties some time to continue to read through them.
¿Ustedes cómo ven? ¿Ustedes no lo habrían mandado también ya a freír espárragos desde hace mucho? Es que le están siguiendo pues su juego porque tiene su derecho a defenderse, pero en términos de tiempo y dinero está atrasando bastante esto. Entonces, pues... Qué fuerte. Imagínate la frustración de los papás, de los
Mr. Brooks is
familiares.
requesting to go back to his cell. At this point, I'm going to deny that request. He can remain in the other courtroom.
Él le acaba de denegar, ella le acaba de volver a denegar el derecho que tiene él de estar en la corte y lo van a dejar en ese cuartista. Puso las cajas para que no lo vean. Sí, está. Ay, no, no, no. Y pensar que este es el juicio ahorita el más visto en todo Estados Unidos. Todo el mundo lo está viendo. Míralo, míralo.
I know he's muted, but I can certainly.
Dice,
hear
yo sé
him
que él
from
está
this
muteado, pero de todas
side.
maneras,
He appears to be yelling at the top of his
es que pues
lungs.
él sigue gritando y
I
haciendo
can't
su
decipher
berrinche.
what he's yelling.
Vean ustedes nada más. Ustedes vean.
I'll advise Mr. Brooks without a specific
Dice que le va a
waiver of his
aconsejar
right to be present, even if it's from the remote
que
courtroom, he's
tiene que
going to
estar
remain in
presente,
that
aun
courtroom.
sea en remoto.
And that would require him to have a colloquy with me.
Aunque sea remoto, tiene que estar presente, dice. El juicio más visto en todo Estados Unidos en estos momentos. Imagínense la frustración de mucha gente que ha estado esperando por un año que esto se lleve a cabo. Ustedes imagínense nada más.
Mr. Brooks, I know you are still muted by me, but I know
Dice
the
que
audio is
sigue
working,
él
but I would
pues
ask
muteado.
you to specifically advise if there are any specific jury instructions that you are asking be read to the jury. Mr. Brooks, if you have specific instructions
Le dice,
or
oiga, y
categories of instructions that you believe this court should consider, I
que
need
si
you to
él tiene
write them
algunas
down
instrucciones que él
on a
considera
piece
que la
of
corte
paper.
debe de...
If you don't have, I believe I see a writing utensil. I'm not sure if I see a pad of paper. We'll make sure you have that.
Dice
But
que
given your
él puede
current
escribir cualquier
demeanor,
cosa, que nada más esté segura que tiene
which is
papel y
still
lápiz para
seems
escribir.
quite animated in a loud raised voice, I'd ask that you write it down.
Porque pues ella dice que pues nada más que no le grite, que todo sea normalito, que no le grite. Dice Happy Customer, y pensar que uno que vive en Estados Unidos tiene que pagar por estos juicios donde son 100% culpables. Exactamente, o sea, yo no sé qué más le buscan. O sea, si ya hay testigos que lo vieron bajarse de la camioneta, si tienen evidencias de que él venía manejando, ¿por qué hacer estos juicios tan tediosos, tan largos? Pero bueno, son las leyes. Dice, así es su vida cotidiana, ¿cómo serán los que lo rodean? Imagínate, la mamá de este muchacho está peleando con la cámara. Perdón que me estoy tomando mi tecito, pero mi café. Míralo, míralo. Ya se quitó el saco otra vez. Tiene su barrera ahí de cajas para que no lo vean. Imagínate lo de pareja. Los panchos que hará. Buenos días a todos los que van llegando. Gracias por estar aquí. Si gustan, pueden también compartir el canal, ya saben, para que más personas conozcan de este juicio. Este juicio es súper ahorita mediático, es súper mega tendencia por la situación en la que este señor está haciendo este juicio. Es algo insólito. Bueno, no sé, yo nunca había visto algo así, no sé ustedes. Se debe de cumplir con el propósito. Sí, exactamente. Él tiene también maneras de defenderse, o sea, puede decir mil cosas, pero aquí el punto es cómo lo está haciendo.
How's the state doing on its
No lo está
review?
haciendo de la mejor forma. Y eso es lo que ya tiene, pues imagínate, y así una semana, échatelo una semana así. No vi lo que hizo en la mañana porque yo llegué un poco más tarde, pero obviamente hizo seguramente un panchote, que es lo que lo tiene así. Ay, Dios mío. Pero yo creo que también a la jueza le llamaron la atención porque, o bueno, no sé si a ella le llamen la atención y alguien no tengo idea, pero ella estaba siendo demasiado paciente con él la semana pasada. Se estaba dejando mingunear y pues eso no está chido tampoco. O sea, tampoco. Por eso imagínense a su mamá Porque las mamás se supone que tienen que tenerle paciencia a sus hijos por naturaleza. Por naturaleza se tiene uno que, uno se tiene que
I
tener
just wanna make a
paciencia, ¿no?
continuing record
Dice,
that
para
Mr.
los
Brooks is still, I
hijos.
can still hear him even though he's muted due to his level, his tone.
Dice, él sabe que
voice,
todo
and
está
volume
grabándose. Sí,
level
también se
that
está
he's
aprovechando
using
del
probably
sistema,
in
obvio.
the courtroom.
Se está aprovechando. Porque si no, hasta puede ganar el juicio, no sé, digo, me imagino, por algún error que puedan cometer en su contra, que digan, no, es que fue juzgado y esto no, o sea. ¿No creen? Hasta puede ser.
So, everything should be included, but they just put them in numerical order.
Lo bueno es que ellos ganan por hora.
They haven't taken out any numbers.
Prisa no tienen.
I can figure it out. There are numbers. Well. Yeah. So that's just the easiest, because this goes after credibility. And then. 325. Which it's before defendant elects not to testify.
Gracias por dejar su like, los que andan por aquí madrugando conmigo. Son las 8:40 de la mañana acá en Vancouver. Gracias por estar aquí, los que están. Gracias por compartir también el canal. Y gracias también, son súper bienvenidos los superchats o las membresías.
Again, if there are any specific requests for either instructions or categories instructions that you want this court to consider, please write a note.
Dice que si él tiene alguna petición que le quiera hacer a la corte, lo puede hacer todo por escrito. Si no está escrito, no pasó. Pero él está ya detenido, ya saben, él está en la cárcel, entonces me imagino que pues está tratando. Pues hagan de cuenta como Yolanda Saldívar, ¿se acuerdan? Yolanda Saldívar cuando estaba en la cárcel, bueno, sigue en la cárcel, pero ella se metió a estudiar leyes porque ella quería volver como a rebatir el juicio después de 25 años, tienen la oportunidad por derecho también allá por las leyes, como de volverse de reabrir el caso, y ella estaba estudiando leyes, Yolanda Saldívar, para hacer eso. ¿Qué cosas? Y hay gente que sí sale, o sea, beneficiada de eso. Pobrecita esta señora, que imagínate que hubiera sido un hombre, pero como es mujer, tiene más paciencia. También hay jueces hombres, ¿verdad? Sáquenme de esa duda. La pueden amonestar a ella, sí, por eso tiene que tener mucho cuidado. Y más, porque este señor es muy inteligente, o sea, sabe bien lo que está haciendo. Tiene como que sus destellos de que como que se le va la onda, pero en general es un hombre inteligente. Porque claro, hacerte la persona que que padeces de tus facultades mentales es lo más fácil para que no te juzguen como deberían. Les decía que también están disponibles las membresías. Recuerda que te puedes hacer miembro del canal. Eso es a través de aquí. Tú le pones hacerte miembro, join, y puedes utilizar los emojis que tenemos aquí también en el canal. Muy únicos, muy divertidos. Así que también Si gustas apoyar al canal, lo puedes hacer de esa forma o también dejando correr los comerciales y compartiendo también. Muchísimas gracias. Les agradezco de sobremanera. Hoy día 24 de octubre, no puede ser. O sea, ya se nos fue. Se nos fue. Lo perdimos. Lo perdimos. No fue culpa tuya. Ah, no, esa no, ¿verdad? Esa ahorita no. Pero ¿qué tal, Yo creo que sí es frustrante para los americanos que están pagando este juicio. Sí hay hombres y mujeres, ¿verdad, Alex? Pero las mujeres como quiera tienen más paciencia. Yo no sé cómo asignan a los jueces en los casos, no tengo la menor idea si son al azar o qué, pero esta señora de verdad que mis respetos porque le ha tenido mucha paciencia, demasiada. Es que también él no se puede salir con la suya. Él es el criminal. O sea, tienen que sacar un aprendizaje o sea, tienen que hacerlo como ejemplo para las demás personas. Véanlo nada más con las cajas encima para que no lo vean. Está bloqueado. Se autobloqueó. El juicio más visto en Estados Unidos. Esto, imagínate. En lo que estamos perdiendo la mañana, teniendo cosas más interesantes que hacer. Ah, no, aquí estamos viendo un montón de cajas apiladas en la cara de alguien que no quiere dar la cara. Díganme, por favor, aquí en el chat si ustedes conocen a alguien así como Brooks.
I know upon my review, I noted a few spots that either in the headings, have some information or words that might need to be removed. But why don't you go through and tell me what requests you have starting, and then we'll go page by page and just tell me what page number and what section.
So I think
¿Cuántos
the
papeles
first
tienen en
concern I
un
have is
juicio?
in
¿Cuántos
regards to the bail
papeles?
jumping. I know that we had charged, there's 2 separate felony cases. The defendant was out on bail. And I do believe it would be assistive to the jury to have the specific case number. So when we first talking about 61 of 107, we start talking about the bail jumping, and then we go specifically on page 63 of 107.
Están hablando ahí de documentos que van de una página a otra.
74 and 75. I think it might be helpful to put the Milwaukee case number because they are different case numbers, so that they know exactly what they're finding.
Y ellos son 3, fíjate. Bueno, no sé ahí cómo manejen quién es el abogado. Ella es la abogada principal, pero tiene a esos 2 asistentes. O sea, ellos están preparados. Ellos traen ahí todos sus documentos. Ellos son profesionales. Y el otro, en puras cajas tiene todo.
The information.
And then just because I think this was just well, I guess I'll have you, when we look at the verdict forms on page 102 and 107 for the bail jumpings, there's verdicts for the bail jumpings for 3 separate counts, 74, 75, 76. I don't think there should not be one for 76. I believe that should be the battery.
Camila, ya saben, la abogada de Johnny Depp, ella acaba de ser contratada por alguien muy importante, por ¿cómo se llama? La acaban de contratar para que defienda el juicio déjenme ver, porque lo acabo de ver. Camil va a defender a alguien. Camil Vázquez acaba de ser contratada. O sea, va a defender a Kenny West. Ya decía yo, Kenny West quiere que Camil lo defienda porque va a entrar en juicio. Kenny West. Eso va a estar buenísimo. Hola, Dalia, bienvenida. Eres nueva miembro. Muchas gracias, Dalia, por ser nueva miembro del canal. Bienvenida. Aquí ya sabes, dale esa parte de todo también,
My computer's just acting up a bit.
ya es
I can
nivel
search
3.
YouTube information
Eres
because
nivel 3, subiste de
it now
nivel,
asks me for what there's
bien.
a position on that.
Upgrade your membership.
Sometimes it's
Muchas
easier if we just
gracias,
list
Dalia.
out, I guess, what the
Les
changes
digo
are
que
requested, and
Kanye
then I
West
can know, and we'll go
acaba
through
de
them one by one.
contratar a Camila Vázquez
And I
First
don't
is
believe it
page-
was spelled out in the amended
en un
information.
juicio de
Say that again?
I
interés
don't believe it was
de
spelled out in the
business.
amended information.
Right.
So that would be page 63 of 107, whether or
Gracias,
not we
Dalia.
the specific case numbers.
Bienvenida, Dalia, bienvenida. Hola, Yamile, vienes solita de Twitch, aquí andamos, mira. Estamos esperando que este señor nos deje continuar con el juicio, pero pues anda muy caprichudo hoy.
Okay.
Miren, les voy a enseñar. Ahí está. Camila
Camila
Vázquez y Kanye West. Este juicio va a estar chido. Este
With
juicio
the
también se los
verdict
voy a
forms with
traducir.
regards to the bail jumping,
No sé cuándo
just to
empieza,
put on
pero
the record, page 102 of 107, I believe there's a count 76, which details it as a bail jumping. I believe that should be the
la Camila
battery.
Vázquez se va a hacer súper famosa. Ahora en el mercado
I did notice on
de este señor. Bravo, Dalia, por
the
fin lo
motive
hice,
instruction
perfecto.
was incorporated on page 5 of 107. And I know that intent is an element of the battery. I don't believe that was incorporated. I mean, usually it's a standalone instruction. I think the court incorporated it with the first degree intentional homicide because certainly that was.
I think that's part of the pattern instruction.
Oh, it
Pues
is.
dice,
Okay,
pues
then
sí
we'd
que él
ask
está
for
acusado de
motive. I think
intento
that
de
there's
OMI.
a 175 instruction that could be given as a standalone.
I'll look at that. Okay, we'll add that.
And then on page 65 of 107, which is the 70, the preliminary instruction, defendant proceeding pro se. There's the standard paragraph, which is the first paragraph listed under this instruction. And then there's an additional paragraph. We are going to object to that additional paragraph. I think it highlights the defendant's bad behavior. So I'd ask that that be taken out.
All right, I made a note of that. Keep going.
Okay, with regard to page 106 of 107. I believe that those were add-ons at the end that the court wanted to question the parties about.
Yes.
I believe that there was 325 should be given. One of the witnesses for the state did testify. He did have one prior conviction. I believe a witness for the defendant testified that he had a number of convictions.
Pues la defensa tiene que testificar, dice también.
With regard to that same page 106 of 107.
Acuérdense que la semana pasada estuvieron unos testigos de él y estuvieron también personas que perdieron, que fueron directamente afectadas por este accidente.
I would know that, or note that the defendant would sometimes cross-examine people on if they were able to see the person driving.
Y pues están buscando que las personas describan perfectamente a él, como que lo describan sus características, porque tienen muchas evidencias de que él es, de que él fue, de que él venía manejando, pero él quiere hacer ver como que venían más personas en el coche y que ellos fueron forzados a decir que era él, como si fueran testigos comprados, pues, para que me entienda.
Instruction that we requested, and I would continue to request that instruction be included.
It's really just flight, though.
Correct.
What's that number again?
172.
Entonces, esto está cañón, esto está...
I saw it. It's fine. But only as to flight. I made a correction on it. Just gotta find it. All right.
And I would say concealment to some extent, because he took off some clothes that would have identified him. But again, his running away, his trying to conceal his identity by removing some clothing that was identified by numerous witnesses as him wearing a hoodie or a light colored top.
Perdón, discúlpenme. Ay, eso fue como un concierto de estornudos. Ella dice que pues hay demasiados testigos que lo vieron haciendo pues lo que hizo y con sus hoodies y todo esto, porque él tenía barba, traía el pelo como si fuera rastas, o sea, como trencitas, tenía el pelo diferente, ¿no? Pero la mayoría de las personas están de acuerdo en que pues era él.
I'm not asking for a response yet, Mr. Brooks. What I'm asking you for is whether you have any requests.
Le está preguntando que si tiene algún tipo de
Or in your review,
de
you think any of these
requerimiento.
can be changed, deleted, added, etc. I know I'd ask that it be put in writing, but I'll also give you this opportunity.
Dice, ya sé que se lo pedí que me lo pidiera, que me lo diera. O sea, esta también la jueza también le dice una cosa y luego cambia de opinión y luego ya le da por su lado y luego le da como o sea, también ella. Dice, yo entiendo que puso dos cajas encima, enfrente de él. Dice, puedo ver sus brazos y puedo ver su chaqueta que está atrás de la silla. O sea, está ahí como diciendo. Solamente le voy a volver a preguntar por segunda vez. Que si tiene, pues, de acuerdo a los
corrections, edits, or deletions.
Le está haciendo unas preguntas y él la está ignorando, la está castigando con el látigo de su desprecio.
Yes, I think that's fair. I'm going to advise the bailiff to remove the box so I can see Mr. Brooks. I don't know what he's doing behind there. He has quieted down. I haven't heard him in a while.
Le van a quitar ahora las cajas para que le haga caso a la jueza. Si de por sí a una mujer nos contraenoja que nos ignoren, ahora imagínate en calidad de jueza. Le están quitando las cajas de enfrente. Dice, señor, le voy a preguntar por tercera vez. Dice, ¿a dónde se llevan mis cajas?
Or deletions from the packet that has been provided to you. Because I couldn't see you, sir.
Dice, ¿por qué se llevan mis cajas? Dice, porque no lo puedo ver, señor.
I've asked you twice now, and
Le he
I'll ask you
preguntado
a
por
third time,
segunda
do you have
vez.
any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Any additions, deletions, edits, or otherwise?
Hey, man, you don't gotta talk to me like that.
Do you have any requests
First of all,
related to the jury instructions?
Él le dice a ella que no le hable así.
Yeah, I got requests.
Dice, sí, tengo una requisición.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are you?
Dice, pero referente a las instrucciones que le acabo de dar, señor.
Mr. Brooks, that was very disrespectful.
Dice, señor Brooks, eso ha sido muy irrespetuoso.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests?
Dice, señor Brooks, ¿tiene alguna requesta para mí?
Do you have any requests as it
¿Tiene alguna
relates to the
requesta?
jury instructions?
Aparte habla con
I
un
understand
tonito
you may be
cantadito.
upset, and I really do, but I've made my determinations.
Dice, usted no entiende nada.
I'm going to mute him again because
Dice, señor, lo voy a volver a mutear.
I'm very clearly asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities.
Que le dio 5 oportunidades para que le explicara y le pidiera sus requestas.
As it relates to the jury instructions.
Que si tiene algún tipo de respuesta, pues de lo que... Oigan. Se está descontrolando.
Mr. Brooks,
Señor Brooks.
I know the audio's turned up.
Dice, yo entiendo que el audio
I
está ahorita
believe you can hear
apagado.
me. You've chosen not to put the headphones on. That's your choice.
Usted
My
escogió no
final
ponerse los
question
audífonos.
to you, do you have any
Le
requests
estoy
as it
haciendo una
relates to the
pregunta, que
jury
si usted tiene
instructions?
algún requerimiento para mí.
Am I muted?
Dice, estoy muteado,
No.
estoy muteado.
I just told you, I don't know how many times, I can't hear everything you said.
Then you should put the headphones
Dice,
on.
póngase los audífonos.
What about that? Don't you understand? Do you see headphones? You can see everything. You can see boxes. But do you see headphones?
Have you
Ay,
asked
qué
for
miedo.
headphones to be provided, sir?
I should have to ask him.
Ahí están los audífonos.
I believe they took them away previously because you were so agitated. They were
Dice, ellos se los
perhaps
llevaron de
afraid
su
you
lado
might
porque usted estaba
break
demasiado agitado. Le habla así porque es mujer. Quiero saber si le hablaría así si fuera hombre. Quiero saber si hablaría así si fuera hombre la jueza. Le está echando la culpa a ella de todo. Narcisista.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to
Dice,
the jury
señor.
instructions?
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying.
You just told me you didn't. So which one is
Yeah,
it?
I got the headphones on. You can't see that?
What are your requests as it relates? What are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
Man, don't try to come with this whole little image, sir. Now it's all this sir and all.
Ay, Alex, no te entendí tu comentario. ¿No se te hace posible? O sea, ¿no crees que él lo haya hecho? Es lo que no entendí. ¿O sí crees que lo haya hecho? Dice, pero ¿no le hicieron exámenes psicológicos?
Mr. Brooks, you're being disrespectful again.
Y vuelve a decirle, señor, usted está siendo irrespetuoso. O sea, que él lo hizo, pues a eso te refieres. Es que como que
I
tu
need to
comentario
know
no lo
what your
pude,
position is regarding the jury instructions. And I
no,
need
no
to
lo
know it
entendí.
now.
O sea, que sí es posible, a eso quisiste decir, que sí es posible que lo haya hecho sangre
I need to
fría.
know whether you
Es
have
que
any
tiene
requests as it relates to the jury
episodios de
instructions, sir.
esquizofrenia, eso podría ser como esquizofrenia.
Why am I charged with 2 bail jumpings when I was already charged in Milwaukee for the same bail jumping? That's double jeopardy.
It's not double jeopardy. Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
It is double jeopardy. How you gonna charge me with the same charge that I'm already charged with?
Ah, que lo dijiste irónicamente. Ah, ok, con razón.
The Fifth Amendment says that you can't play somebody.
Es esquizofrénico, bipolar y parece como si fuera, como si trajera un demonio.
Same count in Milwaukee. For the same case.
O sea, va de un estado de estar en silencio a un estado agresivo,
Sir, I'm
pero
not going to
en,
provide a
de
legal
0 a 1000.
explanation other than to say I've reviewed that.
Y eso que
Your
está
objection is
limitado.
noted.
Ahora imagínate donde
But-
no lo estuvieran
But the
grabando.
jury will be instructed regarding the bail jumping.
It can't be because that's double jeopardy. Under the law, if two charges are identical in nature, you cannot place me in jeopardy of life and limb twice. You can't do that. The
What's
same
your next-
case- the same case number.
What's your next request,
Dice,
sir?
¿cuál es
I'm
su
noting
siguiente
your
requerimiento,
objection.
señor?
I'm trying to talk. Can I get it out?
Dice, pues estoy tratando de hablar.
Not interrupt you, but you always find a way to talk over me.
Dice, usted siempre encuentra la manera de hablar encima de mí cuando estoy hablando.
I understand your position. I'm saying it's overruled.
You always want respect, but don't want to give it. I'm charged with the same bail jumping charge here that I've already been charged with. That is double jeopardy. You can't charge me for the same exact bail jumping that I'm already charged with, that I was charged with before this even came about.
Sir, the bail jumping charges in Waukesha County are based upon your violating your bail while in Waukesha County by driving through the Christmas parade and allegedly killing 6 people and injuring 61
Y pues
others.
ella le está diciendo que mató a 6 personas.
That's the distinction.
Again, there is no distinction. It's the same charge.
It's the same offense. It doesn't mean it's the same factual basis, sir.
He is not
It
charged
is.
with bail jumping with the data violation of November 21, 21 in Milwaukee County anywhere. Further, the double jeopardy prohibition would prevent him from being convicted twice, not charged twice.
All right, so we've addressed that, sir. What other requests do you have as it relates to the jury instructions?
I wanna know why I'm even charged twice with the same thing. You can't charge me in pursuant to a case in Milwaukee that I'm already charged with bail jumping for. I'm already charged with bail jumping for that.
Él dice que él ya fue, ahí está.
Well, because you were already on bail, we're gonna charge you.
It's a different date of violation, sir.
Ella dice que está haciendo, es que él está diciendo que él ya,
For the bail jumping
él
is
ya fue como
related to
tipo
the
juzgado por
allegation that he
por un
committed a
delito,
new
pero
crime in Waukesha County while out on bond from the Milwaukee County case.
son diferentes, como diferentes casos. Cargos, perdón, no casos, cargos.
My understanding, sir, is there's different dates of violations as it
Dice, son
relates to
diferentes
that.
formas
So I've noted
que
your
usted
objection
violó,
now
como quien dice, pues la ley, no
repeatedly.
nada
I
más es
understand
una.
it. Your request to, I guess, dismiss the bail jumping counts are denied.
No, hombre, María, hasta crees que va a estar con presos. Él seguramente está solo. Él seguramente está pasando todo este proceso en tipo, ¿cómo les quiero decir? En
It's two
prisión
separate
privada. No creo que esté
cases,
compartiendo
sir.
porque
There's
sí
two-
está medio.
Is it that 971.23? Isn't that the statute? That refers to the double.
All right, sir, I'm not gonna have an argument. This isn't fruitful. I understand what you're saying. You're saying there shouldn't be two counts of bail jumping. You believe it's double jeopardy. I disagree with that. They're separate.
I'm already charged with it though.
This is a circular argument, sir. Doesn't change the fact that, from my perspective, the two bail jumping counts are going to proceed forward. There's been sufficient evidence presented to warrant the jury being instructed.
They can't.
What other requests do you have,
You're not
sir?
gonna talk over me. Don't talk over me.
Dice, no hables encima de mí.
Just like you don't want me to talk over you.
Dice, usted no quiere que yo hable encima de
Mr.
usted, pero
Brooks,
usted sí está
what
hablando encima de
other
mí.
requests do you have?
And I just asked you not to talk over me. You've been making your record the whole time you've been over there. You had me muted. I didn't see no requests over there. I didn't write nothing to go over there. I let you do what you was doing.
¿De qué se le acusa? No puedo creer que pueda tener ese comportamiento ante la jueza y se lo permita. Él estuvo involucrado en un atropellamiento en un desfile de Navidad el año pasado en Milwaukee. Atropelló a 6 personas. O sea, más bien atropelló a toda la gente, pero fallecieron 6. Fallecieron 6. Dice, si usted no contesta mis preguntas, nos vamos a mover de aquí, o sea. Dice, le estoy pidiendo que por favor me conteste una simple pregunta.
The law as it relates to that. It may be a misunderstanding about the law and double jeopardy, but he made an argument. I've denied it. I'd like to know if he has any other requests. If he can stay on topic, I'll I will unmute him again, and he can tell me the list, just like the state went through a list. I need to get through their list. I'm asking you to list out all your requests, and then I will take each one up in turn. So here is your opportunity to give me your other requests.
Pues ella le está diciendo que le está dando demasiadas oportunidades, le está dando demasiadas chances, le está diciendo es su última oportunidad, señor.
Don't sit up here and try to play no game talking about you giving somebody an opportunity that you haven't gave me an opportunity to properly defend myself and put evidence, put stuff into evidence, which I've asked you repeatedly to do before we even got to this class. You told me we wasn't in the evidentiary phase.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any other requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Dice que si tiene alguna otra respuesta, es que le sigue preguntando las mismas cosas de diferente manera. Este está peor que Amber Heard. ¿Se acuerdan cuando Amber también le hacían las preguntas?
Additional requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Yeah, That first,
Hola, Areli, buenos días. Bienvenida que vienes de Twitch. Gracias por estar aquí
All
conectada.
right, I've made a note of that. What's the next issue?
Either one company gonna charge you with it or y'all, but it can't be both. It's the same, it's pursuant to the same exact thing that I was on bill for. The same exact thing, the same exact case. So why are we giving the jury instructions on two
Sí, exacto.
cases?
Fueron 6 personas que fallecieron y más de 60
I've made a
personas
note of that.
heridas.
What other,
Y la
other
mayoría
requests do
niños.
you have?
Man, this is ridiculous. So I'm not-
Dice,
I'm
esto
not-
es ridículo.
I'm not even able to adequately defend myself, present evidence, do anything, because everything I say is gonna be found a reason for it not to be valid. What are we doing here, Your Honor?
Dice, ¿qué estamos haciendo aquí,
Mr.
su
Brooks.
señoría?
Why should I be here when?
I've made a note of
Dice,
your
¿por qué estaría
request
yo
as to
aquí?
count 74. Do you have any other requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Why are we even having jury instructions? Why do I have to even sit here in this courtroom at this point? Because everything you've been doing without my consent anyway, so you're gonna find a way to do this without my consent. So why do I need to be here for?
Your objection for lack of consent is noted for
Dice,
the record.
su petición por falta de consentimiento está
Any other
rechazada.
requests, sir?
¿Algún otro requerimiento, señor?
Everything I put down has no merit in your court.
Lo bueno es que tiene policías ahí al lado que lo pueden controlar de
I've
ese
asked him
comportamiento.
Many times. I've advised him and I'll advise him once again. If he fails to answer the question, I'm moving on. Do you
Dice,
have
si
any
usted
other
no me puede
requests as it
contestar lo que le
relates
estoy
to the jury
preguntando, nos
instructions,
vamos a
sir?
mover.
You can't move on because I haven't given you consent to.
All right, he did not answer. So
Dice, no me
I'm
está
muting him again.
contestando.
The only request that he has made as it relates to the jury instructions as he pounded his fist once again, raised his voice.
Dice, una vez más está
I
alzando su
understand,
voz.
I really do, that he's upset with my decision.
Está
to
él
cut off
enojado
his
por mi
ability to
decisión,
present a defense, but that decision was made
pero esa decisión
based
fue
on his conduct
hecha
and his conduct
de acuerdo a
alone,
su
as I've
conducta.
outlined already on the record.
Y está
So
ahorita pues ya
the
en
only
el récord.
request that he made was as it relates to the bail jumping counts. I'm denying those.
Como no trae los
requests,
audífonos
whether it be
puestos,
to
está
dismiss
haciendo
one
todo
count or to
esto
dismiss both on
pues,
double jeopardy,
lo mismo que hizo
or to
la
just
semana
not instruct
pasada.
the jury. However way I interpret it, I'm denying that. All right, let me go through the state's.
Your Honor, can I add one more?
Sure.
I'm sorry, 154 summary of evidence. I believe we had a map, actually 2 maps that
Tienen 2
summarized
mapas.
we had 3 maps, I think. The one was summarized his.
En el primer
routes,
mapa
the path that he
resume
took. The other one
la
summarized
ruta que
the
tomó su
victims who were
camioneta
struck in the specific locations.
y después
And
las
the other one
específicas
summarized the
locaciones.
positions of the law enforcement officers at the various intersections and throughout the parade routes.
I'll make a note of that. I don't believe I saw the jury view instruction either.
Sigue con sus
that was given to
cajitas.
them at the time. I don't know that it needs to be reread, but I think we need to consider that.
¿Qué
as well.
tanto traerán
My
esas
version of
cajas?
152.
¿Qué tanto traerá?
All right, so let me go through the list from the state. Turning to page 61.
Otra vez está poniendo su
So I
barricada
considered
de
the request by the state,
para que no lo vean
I'm
otra
going
vez.
to rely on what
Ustedes
information
nada
they
más,
put in the
fíjense,
charging
ya las
document.
ponen, ya las
I'm
quitan,
going
ya
to
las
deny
llevan, ya
the
las traen, ya lo
request
meten, ya
to
lo sacan del cuartito.
include the specific case numbers. There's evidence, of course, that was received regarding the 2 separate cases out of Milwaukee County that form the basis for both of the bail jumping counts. It will be up to the jury to review the evidence and make a
¿Ustedes realmente creen que todo ese papelerío que trae él ahí, él lo ha hecho, lo ha visto? O sea, ¿lo ha leído?
Obviously, the third count of bail jumping is
Y se ve que no
incorrect.
tiene
It needs to be
paciencia.
battery, and that change will be made. I'm also having Madam Clerk include all of the numbers for the jury instructions when they go back, so it's very clear. Some of them did not have them on, just frankly from prior cases that she and I have worked on, but in this case, I want to be very clear with all of the numbers. So I think I've addressed the first two bullet points. As far as the motive instruction as a standalone, I believe that is appropriate. And I'll instruct Madam Clerk to include that. As far as where it goes, I'm gonna just, any instructions that we add.
Dice pues que va a dar instrucciones, que va a agregar instrucciones.
Unless there's a other.
Aquí estoy, Bella Areli, aquí te estoy saludando, te mandé saludos a Twitch. Qué bueno que andas por aquí. Bienvenida. Te mando un abrazo.
Which is found on page 65.
Vean otra vez, está haciendo su capricho.
Instruct the jury based on the pattern instruction and not include the more.
Recuerda que para la Casa de los Famosos 3 es importante que te suscribas a Twitch o que te, pues sí, que le des like, porque por Twitch vamos a estar pasándolos en vivos y ya sabes, las galas y todo eso. Dice, pretende desquiciar al jurado para utilizar a su favor. Que Dios le dé paciencia a la jueza. Sí, claro, tiene demasiada inteligencia, pero también se le tiene destellos, les digo, como tipo, como si tuviera, como si pareciera esquizofrenia, no sé. O sea, porque sí se pone agresivo. Esos tonos de agresividad, sí siento que son muy reales.
The pattern instruction would be basically the first paragraph. I need the bailiffs to move the boxes away from his face. I need to be able to see.
Y dice que tiene que quitarse las cajas de la cara, tiene que ella tener la posibilidad de verle el rostro. Dice, por favor, quíteselas, mueva las cajas de su cara. Y tiene que seguir las instrucciones de la jueza, lo tiene que hacer ahora mismo. Dice, por favor, quítenselos, remuévanselos del rostro.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on the verbiage of jury instruction 70 on page 65?
Dice, no preguntas, no respuestas.
All right, he's choosing not to answer, so I'll mute him again. It's unfortunate that he's
No es que yo vaya a cambiar de plataforma, hermosa, es que no se puede transmitir la Casa de los Famosos en vivo por YouTube ni por otra red, tiene que ser a través de otra plataforma, porque Telemundo no te lo permite. Digo, no tienen que hacerlo si no quieren, yo les estoy sugiriendo. Gracias a todas las personas que están ahorita conectadas viendo este interesante caso, único, especial, diferente, nunca antes visto, del caso de Darle Brooks, donde este señor ha tenido, ya tiene casi una semana, a todo el mundo, a todo Estados Unidos, en sus ojos, todo el mundo lo está viendo porque es el juicio mediático más famoso ahorita, más viral de todo Estados Unidos, por cómo se está haciendo todo esto. La Casa de los Famosos inicia el 17 de enero. ¡Wow! Alex Pachangas, acuérdense, Team Pachangas, hashtag Team Pachangas.
Witness in this trial has been convicted of a crime. There were 2 witnesses that was applicable to. The remainder will be as is. And that was 1 witness for the
Team
state,
Pachangas,
1
por
witness for the
favor, a
defense.
hashtag, suscríbanse también al canal de Alex Limón. Él también está en YouTube y hace en vivos todos los días a las 6 de la tarde, hora de Canadá, 8 de la noche, hora de México.
Raise his hand and I'll unmute. Otherwise, he can pass a note to the bailiff or simply tell the bailiff, who can then tell me and I can unmute him. But unless he tells me, then I'm going to assume he's made a decision not to provide further comment based upon the last statement he made to me. Then 141, I believe that's appropriate given the evidence that has been received. That's on identification of defendant.
Yo no juego, Areli, pero Alex juega.
And that I will instruct the jury accordingly unless there's a request from Mr. Brooks to take that out. Is there a request from you, sir, to take 141 out? I'll unmute for that purpose. It's found on page 106 because it's at the end of the instructions. This is the instruction on identification of the defendant and where it's at issue in a case. I believe it's appropriate given the testimony in this case. Do you have any position on that, sir? You are unmuted, so you can simply answer yes or no.
Pues está dándole instrucciones y le dice pues que nada más conteste sí o no, pero tampoco la está ignorando. Otra vez volvemos a lo mismo. Volvemos al mismo punto. No estamos avanzando nada. Otro día perdido de juicio, otro día perdido gastado de sus impuestos. A todos los que viven en Estados Unidos, ¿dónde están sus impuestos?
Am I unmuted?
You are.
So how long before you mute? As soon as I say something?
Depends on what you say, how you say it, and if it's responsive. to
Dice,
what we're
depende de
doing.
lo que usted diga y cómo lo diga, depende de su respuesta. Es que él tiene el control del juicio, si se fijan, no es la jueza, él es el que tiene el control. Aquí,
You can't make decisions for me.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to mute you unless you can participate in what we're doing, which is discussing the jury instructions.
I'm gonna tell the jury the truth. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell them what hasn't been told to me. I haven't been able to.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to mute you because we're trying to discuss the jury instructions, not what you're going to say during your closing argument. I will get to that later. In terms of instruction 172, I'll instruct Madam Clerk to take out of the heading the word escape.
pues dice que lo va a volver a mutear.
Concealment.
Y aparte trae cubrebocas donde nomás está él solo, no hay nadie alrededor, o sea.
I believe that's appropriate. I'm going to pull it up just as a draft. I'm not sure if there's anything. that
¿Ustedes
needs to
qué
be-
harían en el lugar de la jueza si tuvieran el control en una corte? ¿Ustedes qué harían? ¿Crees que, vamos a hacer una encuesta, ¿crees que la jueza ya se pasó o crees que tiene que tener mano firme? O sea, ¿crees que ella está también,
So the pattern instruction
o
talks
sea,
about
no
a
sé
chart.
qué procede aquí con la ley, pero
Any
crees que
request from the
esto,
state as to just keep that or modify that in any way based upon the evidence that was presented? Because you actually submitted maps and things were received. I don't know.
dice
that
que él,
summary-
I think that there was a summary of the victims and the associated counts.
están los mapas de la ruta que tomó la camioneta, están los mapas de también cómo determinaron los cuerpos en el...
But that was received, wasn't it?
And there were some charts of the extreme dance team. The formation. And dancing
Right.
grannies.
¿Se fijan que no hay mucha gente en el juicio presente? O sea, no tienen mucho público. Pero virtualmente hay hay más de 100,000 personas viendo este juicio
What are those numbers again? I wrote 141.
en vivo.
We're just looking for the extreme dance and.
Es que
dancing
tú te
granny.
puedes imaginar la frustración para los familiares de las personas fallecidas ver a este tipo haciendo esto. O sea, ¿se
54
podrían
was the
imaginar
dancing
la
grannies,
frustración?
Okay,
And 33 is the extreme dance team.
so 54, 141, and 33.
Yes.
Do you think the use of the word chart is correct, or should that be?
I would say diagram and maps. The court has allowed the use of diagrams and maps to organize the evidence.
Los mapas y los diagramas están organizados
What
por
this
la
instruction says is
evidencia.
the court has allowed the use of a chart to organize the evidence and to assist you in understanding it. The chart itself is not evidence. It is a summary of some of the evidence that was permitted or presented. However, it is the evidence that controls. You should rely on the chart only to the extent that you believe it accurately and properly summarizes the evidence.
Then we think 154 should not be given
That's what I was wondering.
because
So
they were all admitted.
they were all admitted based upon how they were presented and the
I apologize.
testimony regarding them. Typically, where that comes in is for use in openings and closings solely that are based upon evidence, and we anticipate those things coming in, not when there's been an actual document that's been admitted. So I don't think 154 is needed, and I'll deny that request. What about 152 regarding the view?
As I read that, that was given prior to the view, and I think that was appropriately given at that time. I don't believe it goes into the closing or the final instructions. would
That
be
was
position.
my inclination, but I wanted to get the party's position on that. I'll once again unmute Mr. Brooks and just ask him if he has any position regarding any of these last issues that we've discussed with, as it relates to the jury instructions. Anything from you, sir, on the jury instructions?
Y él obviamente no trae los audífonos, no está escuchando nada de lo que están hablando.
He's not responding to the
Él no
question.
está contestando porque no está atento, no está prestando ni atención ni nada en el juicio. Dice, le voy a dar una última oportunidad, señor.
I understand, sir, your objection's noted. Your lack of consent is noted.
Dice, usted tiene falta de consentimiento. Dice, usted ha tomado su decisión.
Sir, you forfeited your right to be present in
Dice,
this courtroom by your conduct.
usted ha
You have
declinado
not
su
requested to
derecho
come
de
back.
estar presente.
Ahora
Ahora él le está echando la culpa a la jueza.
I did.
At which time I was brought back into this courtroom.
I was advised you wanted to stay, sir.
Okay, and you've been forcing me to come over here from the get-go. Why couldn't you force me to
Ahora
come
él
back
le está
over here
echando
when I
la
was
culpa
supposed
a
to
ella.
be there?
Sir, my understanding is you requested to stay in the other courtroom.
Dice,
I thought I
usted
put
me
that on the
pidió
record
que
at
se
the
quería
beginning.
quedar en
If I
ese
did not,
cuarto
I'll
porque
make
pues no le
that part of
contestó.
the record. Now, I was advised by the bailiffs that you were requesting to stay in
Usted
that courtroom.
requirió,
I certainly advised you prior to that if there was a time you
usted
wanted to come back
requirió
in,
estar en
all you
ese
needed to do was
cuarto.
ask. You've done that previously.
Yeah, but
And even during this time, though, you've been incredibly disruptive.
Dice, y ahorita en estos
During-
momentos usted
I mean,
está
at one
siendo
point, you were muted
increíblemente
for an extended period
irrespetuoso.
of time and you were yelling so loud, sir.
Usted ha
We
gritado
could hear you in this courtroom. I
y lo
couldn't
puedo
decipher
escuchar
what
desde
you were
allá hasta
saying,
acá.
and I was also made aware that another branch could hear you. So you continued your disruptive behavior.
Dice, usted si continúa con este comportamiento,
I have the First Amendment right to be heard. So if I'm going to be constantly muted, the only way for me to be heard is for me to raise my voice.
Mr. Brooks, one final time, do you have any
Señor,
requests
una
as it
última
relates to
vez.
the jury
Escudero le
instructions?
dice es la
Otherwise,
última,
I'm
pero no es
going
la
to
última.
approve them, and I'm going to take a break, and then
Dice, voy a tomar un
we'll, come back
break
in the afternoon to go over verdict
y
forms.
vamos a continuar más tarde.
Are you going to answer the question,
¿Y si
sir?
usted me va a contestar la pregunta?
Sir, but you
Dice, usted
also
no
can't
puede decir
stall
nada
the
más como
proceedings by failing
diciendo,
to
usted no tiene
answer.
voz ni voto aquí, señora.
I never held you in contempt. All right, I'm going to mute him once
Dice,
again
lo voy a volver a
because he
mutear una
refuses
vez más.
to answer a very simple
Porque no me
question,
puede usted contestar una
about whether
simple
he has
pregunta.
any requests as it relates to the jury instructions. I will work on making all the changes with Madam Clerk.
Voy a trabajar en hacer
finalizing the
todos los
order,
cambios.
print them off again.
Y usted está muteado otra vez.
She has been working on the verdict forms, which are
Ella
both
está
separate,
trabajando
which
en
need
el
to be
veredicto, en las
approved
formas
by
del
this court.
veredicto.
So those will be printed off. A set will be provided to the state. A set will be provided to Mr. Brooks. We'll take I'll do a 90-minute lunch break. So it's roughly, it's 11:27.
Vamos a regresar más o menos
So
como
we'll
en
come
una
back
hora
at 1 o'clock to finalize the verdicts
para
and the jury
finalizar el
And Your
veredicto.
Honor, with regard to sequestration of the jurors and the alternates and those issues, did you want to address those this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I can put on the record that I had the civilian jury bailiffs provide the parties. We have a letter regarding sequestration. There's an emergency contact form. So all of the jurors were made aware of that. They know that. Of course, once the case is, all of the instructions are read and the parties make their arguments, and then there's some final instructions at the end, and the case goes to the jury. Obviously, only 12 of the 15 will be deliberating, but we can make a more full record of that this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we are in recess until 1 o'clock. I'm just
Pues tenemos
instructing the parties to
ahorita
stay
break
until
hasta la 1,
the
dice.
verdict, and then you can leave for lunch. Thank you.
Y vamos a hacer un break por el lonche. Vamos a regresar. Dice Elizabeth Rivera, ay, te cuidas de todos los chirimoles si vuelven a tener la dinámica de invitar a seguidores a tus en vivos para la casa de los famosos. Claro, tendré mis precauciones, ya no me vuelve a pasar, no te preocupes, Elizabeth. Ya aprendí mi lección. Él quizás quiere provocar una violación a sus derechos por parte de la juez. Claro, quiere provocarlo para salir bien librado de esto, así inmenso no es. Dice, y vean, así es como se veía cuando lo detuvieron el día que hizo, pues, lo que dicen que hizo. Pues obviamente la gente lo recuerda, la gente de los testigos que lo estaban viendo lo recuerdan así, con barba, con el pelo negro largo, y ahorita pues ya trae otro look, ¿verdad? Ya no trae ni barba ni trae el pelo así largo, entonces pues se lo cortan en la cárcel. No lo sé, pero admito el trabajo de la juez. Dice María de León, Patti tiene el derecho, él tiene derecho, pero la parte acusadora debe de ser muy firme en sus acusaciones para una acusación formal con bases, el cual apoyaría la juez, pero se deben, sí, exacto, pero él también, no creo que salga bien librado porque hay demasiadas cosas grabadas de que también él no está cooperando, o sea, él como su propio abogado no está cooperando, ¿no? Entonces sí está cañón. Bueno, regresamos en 1 hora, tenemos break, tenemos lonche, ustedes dejen aquí el canal, no se preocupen, yo aquí voy a estar también. Pero, los invito a que, vayan por un cafecito, por un snack, o si andan en la calle y están escuchando el video aquí, gracias por estar aquí, dejen correr los comerciales, recuerden, esa es la forma en la que me pueden apoyar. Y también te puedes hacer miembro del canal, así como ahorita, aunque ya seas miembro, como ahorita Dalia, ella acaba de upgrade su membresía y puedes hacer eso también nos ayuda bastante en el canal, así que pues échenle ganas, compartan. Los superchats también son disponibles para quien guste. Recuerden que estamos viendo aquí el juicio más mediático ahorita, el más controversial que está en Estados Unidos y por una situación muy difícil, que fue pues el atropellamiento de personas durante un desfile. Entonces, pues tengamos paciencia. Si la jueza tiene paciencia, nosotros quiénes somos para no tenerla. Nosotros tenemos que tener aún más paciencia porque este señor obviamente no está dejando avanzar el juicio. Estamos atorados, no podemos continuar porque pues él, al ser su propio abogado, pues, ¿saben? Así que, pues, necesito que tengan mucha paciencia y vamos viendo en qué termina esto, pero de que él es culpable y de que hay testigos, eso no lo cambia nada, o sea, eso no cambia la verdad y la verdad es que este señor imprudentemente, con qué, yo no sé qué estaba pasando por su mente, como ya nos dimos cuenta, él trae su propio mundo en su mente en esos momentos para él yo creo que pensó que la gente le estaba ahí, o sea, que le estaban estorbando cuando él iba manejando, ¿no? O sea, él no se dio cuenta, yo creo, o no tuvo en ese momento la lucidez para darse cuenta que el que estaba invadiendo era él. Él pensó que la gente lo estaba invadiendo cuando él iba manejando. Así que, pues, nada. Regresamos en unos minutos. No se vayan, aquí seguimos. Hola, bueno, ya regresamos aquí. Vamos a ver ahora en qué termina este drama. Porque sí es un drama, como novela. ¿Cómo están los que van llegando? Bienvenidos. Estábamos en break. Ya regresamos. Esperemos que con los ánimos más calmados todo esto. Esa es una mejor toma de él. Cambiaron las cámaras, yo creo. Porque ya ven que estaba enfrente del monitor, entonces yo creo que cambiaron las cámaras para que podamos ver todos mejor. ¿Qué está pasando con este señor? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Vamos viendo, vamos viendo. Suscríbete, suscríbete en lo que empezamos. Seguimos esperando, ¿eh?
we are back on the record. It is 1:01 p.m. State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I would note I have instructed, and Mr. Brooks is.
Ya regresamos del break.
Courtroom. Prior to the, I understand your objections noted. If you would like to go back to the other courtroom, sir, you may, but that is a choice that you would be making. I am not requiring you. I'm not forcing you at this time.
So you're not holding me in contempt?
Sir, I am not requiring you or forcing you to go into the other courtroom. It is a new part of the day. I thought it appropriate to have you brought here,
Why?
and only if you forfeit your right by conduct will I put you back in the other room.
So you don't address subject matter jurisdiction for the record, or are you gonna state it on the record?
I'm declining to address that on the record for the reasons I've previously provided to you, not the least of which is I have addressed that by way of a written decision.
And it hasn't been proven for the record. You
Your
have to state
objection
it
is
on the
noted.
record. Can I go back in the other courtroom? Because I'm not gonna do this with you. I'm not.
Mr. Brooks, I do want to go over
We don't
the
have,
jury instructions.
I don't understand the
verdicts.
jury instructions. I don't understand anything that's in these proceedings, and I'm not going to.
Lo trajeron de regreso al cuartito, ya está otra vez acá, pero ahora siguen discutiendo
That's your choice, sir.
con la
Now,
jueza.
please go back into the other courtroom.
Él quiere regresarse al otro cuartito.
Choice and your request.
Dice, es su decisión, si usted lo requiere.
Forfeiting his right to be present in
I didn't
this
forfeit
courtroom.
anything. I asked.
I understand you've
So I
asked,
didn't-
but
I
I
didn't
feel.
Dice que él tiene el derecho de estar presente pues en el
A
juicio,
finding based upon your conduct.
dependiendo de
Based
su
upon what
conducta.
conduct? Me asking?
Are you willing to expressly waive that right on the record right now?
I'm not gonna expressively waive anything.
Are you willing to
I'm making
engage in a colloquy regarding your right to be present
I
and
do
a
not.
knowing and intelligent and voluntary waiver of that right?
I am not going to consent to anything that I don't understand. I
Dice
will
que no
not
va a
answer
consentir
any
nada que él no
questions
esté
that I don't
entendiendo.
understand.
O sea,
I'm
otra
merely
vez
making
está
a
en su
request
modo.
to not be present in these proceedings.
And to be in the other courtroom.
Again, as I've stated numerous times now for the record, I will not answer or comply with anything I do not understand.
Dice que no va que de acuerdo a su derecho él no va a contestar ni va a acceder a nada de lo que él no entienda.
Are you willing to be, let me rephrase that. If I have you stay in this courtroom, are you willing to follow the rules of decorum and courtesy?
I do not understand the question you are asking.
Dice que no entiende la pregunta que
Are
le
you
está haciendo la
willing
jueza.
to
Y como
not
dice que no va a
interrupt
contestar, que
the
no va a
proceedings
acceder a
as
nada que no
instructed to
entienda, le
you?
está diciendo, no entiendo su
I do
pregunta.
not understand the questions that you are
Dice,
asking.
no entiendo la pregunta que me estás haciendo.
Well, given that he won't answer the questions directly, for now, he is to remain in this courtroom.
Dice, bueno, pues como él no entiende la pregunta que le estoy haciendo, entonces está destinado a
But you
quedarse en
won't
este
go through-
cuartito.
You won't answer my questions.
Dice, usted
regarding
otra vez
this.
no está
I
contestando mis
told you I don't
preguntas.
understand.
That's not answering the
Dice,
questions.
eso no
You
está
asked me a
usted
question, I
contestando
answered
las
it. I don't
preguntas.
understand. How can I answer something that I do not
Dice,
understand?
¿cómo puede preguntar algo a usted que yo no
Right,
estoy
Let
entendiendo?
me start with the jury
You
instruction.
gonna
There
start
is
with,
one I
you gonna
would
start
like
with subject
to.
matter jurisdiction?
No, I declined that already, sir. I'm not going to address
Under
that
what
further.
law, under what lawful law?
Dice, bajo la ley de...
Please do not interrupt me again.
Dice, por favor, no me
If the
interrumpa
topic of
cuando estoy
subject matter
hablando, por favor.
jurisdiction
Ay, no, la
or,
jueza, ¿en serio?
you run
Va a
the
salir
risk
con...
of
Ahorita
forfeiting
ven el
your
pelo,
right
lo
to be
tiene bien
present
negro.
in
Va a
this
salir de ahí con
courtroom.
el pelo
Then
lleno
we
de
go in the other
canas.
courtroom then.
Are you willing to
Dice-
engage in a discussion about that, sir? I need to make an
I just-
appropriate
I
record.
just told you that I don't understand the questions you're asking.
Dice, le
What do you
acabo
want
de
me to do?
decir que no me está contestando a las preguntas que le estoy haciendo.
I can't answer something I don't
No le puedo
understand.
contestar algo que yo no entiendo.
I believe you're choosing not to answer them,
You can
sir.
believe what you want to believe. I believe
Dice, usted
that you
puede
hide
creer lo
stuff
que
from
usted
the
quiera
jury. I
creer.
believe you won't.
Yo le estoy
You
diciendo que
haven't
no
been
voy a
impartial
voy a
or fair.
corresponder.
You haven't let me even enter anything
Porque
into
usted me está
evidence,
pidiendo que
which is
conteste
my
lo
right to do so.
de lo que no
But it doesn't
entiendo.
matter what we
Emphatic,
believe,
sir.
Your Honor. I'm merely stating a request
Esta señora de aquí
to
se
not be present for
va a
these
presentar su
proceedings.
renuncia
I
después de
cannot
este juicio.
answer the
Sir,
questions
it-
you are asking me
it
because I
seems to
don't
me
understand them.
You understand your right to be present in the
Dice, usted
courtroom.
entiende que tiene el derecho de
Are you
estar
telling me
presente
I
en
you
la
don't
corte o no
understand
estar
that
presente
anything.
para el juicio.
Nope, I don't understand.
Dice, no, no entiendo. No entiendo lo que me quiere
Then you're
decir.
gonna stay here.
Dice, se va a
And
quedar
under
aquí.
what lawful law? You can't force me to stay
Dice, no me
somewhere
está
that I'm
usted,
making a
no me
request
puede
not
usted
to.
estar forzando a quedarme.
You can't make me understand. You can't
Dice,
make me. You
usted
can't
no me
force me
puede
to
hacer, no
understand
me
what I
puede
don't
obligar a que yo
understand.
entienda.
You can't force that.
Dice, no
I
puede
need to
forzar
address
eso.
one of the jury instructions, number 315.
So, Your Honor, I'm trying to make a request
Dice, su
to not
señoría,
be
le estoy
present in
tratando de
these
hacer una
matters without
respuesta
disrupting the courtroom as you say that I do and over talking you as you state that I do. I'm making a request merely to not be
Estoy
present
haciendo
for
un
these proceedings.
request.
Obviously, I'm not needed because
Dice,
every
obviamente,
decision that's been made here today has been made without my consent. That's clearly telling me that I'm not needed. I have never consented to anything that's going on here today. I haven't even been allowed to present any evidence.
dice que no ha ni siquiera
Which is
tenido
something that I
el
stated
derecho de
weeks ago.
presentar ninguna evidencia. Cuando la semana
Weeks.
pasada trajo como a 4
You already
testigos.
knew, Your Honor, that I wanted things to present into evidence. I've asked numerous times for that and have been denied.
Dice que le ha
And I
sido
don't
negado su
understand why-
derecho de presentar
why I'm
evidencias
not being able to adequately defend
y
myself.
que no ha tenido manera de defenderse porque pues
In
está,
your words, you're not
o sea,
being
no.
allowed to adequately defend yourself based upon your conduct.
Dice,
in
de acuerdo a
this
su
courtroom
conducta, usted ha sido
throughout these
limitado a
proceedings,
defenderse
And your unwillingness to follow the simple rules
y
of
que él no,
decorum,
no está cooperando en
courtesy,
seguir las reglas más simples del juicio.
procedure, rules of evidence.
La
You
la
refused to
ruta de las
answer a variety of
evidencias.
questions this morning when this court,
Dice, yo le pregunté esta
went
mañana
through
cuando esta
the,
corte
or attempted to go through the colloquy with you
o
regarding your
estaba
right to
tentado a
testify and
hacer.
your right not to testify. And because of that,
Dice, pero como
based on
eso,
the case law that I cited this morning, I made a finding that you forfeited your right to present
ella ya
further
tomó una
testimony and
decisión
evidence
donde
through other
él
witnesses, and then you forfeited your right to testify on
tiene-
your behalf. I'm not going to revisit those, sir.
I'm not asking you to revisit them, but I'm just they weren't correct
I understand you will
because
disagree
I
with
never
that.
consented to it and I never answered
I
something.
understand
And
you
I
did
just
not
stated
consent
the
to
reason
that.
why I didn't answer because I don't understand. You cannot force me.
dice que no
to
lo pueden
understand what
forzar, o
you're
sea, no
asking.
sale del mismo círculo.
Sir, I could not even get through the advisement. You wouldn't even listen. You talked over me repeatedly.
Was that from the other courtroom or in here? Because I've been over there all morning.
Dice, he estado aquí toda
To
la
the place
mañana.
that
Pues,
you are
¿dónde quiere que
requesting
esté?
to
Está en
go
la
back to,
cárcel.
right?
You sent me into the other courtroom.
You're right, I did.
Right. So I've been over there all morning.
Dice, he
With
estado aquí toda
an
la
adequate
mañana.
Audio and visual system
I mean,
connecting the two courtrooms.
Your
The functional equivalent of
to
being
your
present in
equivalent
this
to
courtroom.
your equivalent is adequate, but to mine is not. Seeing as how you always state Illinois versus Allen, you always state that. You always state that, but it never refers to a fourth option that you refer to. It never
Mr. Brooks,
refers
I'm not
to.
going
That.
to debate this with you. If you continue to bring up subject matter jurisdiction, Illinois
I
versus
didn't bring
Allen,
up subject
the
matter
decisions that I
jurisdiction.
made earlier,
I'm trying to figure out
then
why I'm being
you
held in
are
contempt.
frustrating the purposes of this
I'm
hearing
trying to
right
figure out why
now,
I'm being held
which
in
is to
contempt.
finalize the
And
jury
then when I-
instruction and the verdict forms.
Your Honor,
Ella va a salir
I'm
con el pelo
really
lleno de
trying to
canas, de mí se
understand why
acuerdan.
you hold me in contempt.
I never held you in contempt, sir.
You attempted to.
Nope.
Dice, tú estás
You've never
intentando
attempted to hold me
forzarme.
in contempt.
No, sir, I'm not going to revisit all of these issues.
When I asked you where you hold
Are
me in
you
contempt,
going
you
to
said civil.
respect the decisions that I've made?
They're
Ella
not-
ya tomó
they're
una
not-
decisión y
they're
él no
not
quiere
correct
acatar la
decisions,
decisión
Your
que
Honor.
acaba de
I understand
tomar
that.
la
I can't
jueza.
answer. You asked me questions.
Dice, usted me está preguntando
Asked me
cosas.
questions.
Usted me pregunta cosas
I didn't answer
que-
them based on my
que
understanding.
yo
How
no
can
le
you
puedo
force
contestar de
me to
acuerdo a mi
understand what
entendimiento.
you're
Yo no lo
asking me if I
entiendo.
don't?
¿Cómo le voy a
And
contestar
then
lo que yo no
you
entiendo?
still make a finding based on that.
Usted no
How-
puede tomar
how
una
is that
decisión
lawful
en basado
law?
a eso,
Mr.
en algo
Brooks,
que yo no
I stand
entiendo.
behind the record that I've made
And that's
today.
fine. I'm not
And I'm advising you
arguing
that
with
if
you
you
about what you
continue
rude.
to talk
I'm saying,
over
how
me,
can you do that without my
If
consent?
you continue to raise issues that I've
That's
already
a violation
addressed,
of my civil rights.
Él ahorita ya está
continue
diciendo
to
que ella
raise
le
these
está
issues,
violando
sir,
sus derechos
and
individuales. O sea,
thwart
lo
the
que
purpose
quiere
of
él
this
es,
court, which is
a
to
como de
finalize
lugar,
the
usar
jury
la ley
instruction
para
and the
salirse de
verdict forms. You
este
will
meollo
forfeit your
él
right to be
solo
present
y
in the
que no
courtroom,
tenga
and you will appear from
él
the other
algún
courtroom.
tipo de
Okay.
responsabilidad por lo
I
que
didn't
hizo.
request
Está
it.
utilizando
I
la
made
ley
a
a su
request
favor.
the moment we walked in here to not be present for these proceedings, but yet
But you
still,
also won't have a dialogue with me about your
Be-
understanding
Because
of
it's
what that
my
means.
Fifth Amendment right. I'm exercising my rights that I reserved from the moment we walked in here this morning.
Dice, es mi derecho desde el momento en el que
You
yo pongo un pie
can't
aquí en
you
la
can't
corte,
force
como
that.
de no contestar a lo
You
que él
can't
no
force me.
entiende,
You
porque no
can't
lo puede
force me to do
forzar ella.
anything, actually.
No, you're right, but I can make certain
You-
findings that you forfeit rights
You
that
can't.
you have based upon your
And based on
conduct.
what lawful law you're under?
I
Dice,
cited the
basado
law
en la
this
ley,
morning. All right,
usted
I
no
am moving
puede.
Illinois
on.
versus Allen, right?
I am
That I
moving
can be
on.
present from another courtroom.
I
if
need
I
to
forfeit
discuss
my right-
instruction 315.
Your Honor,
because
I don't
believe some language
understand.
needs to be modified based upon the court's earlier ruling today.
I don't understand. I don't understand the proceedings.
Él
And I
dice que
think
no
that should
entiende
be
y de ahí no
stated
lo
for the
sacan. O
record.
sea, como si no
I'm
hablara
telling you
inglés, como si no
repeatedly, Your Honor,
entendiera
that I
por
don't
qué están
understand.
todos ahí por él.
You can't force me to understand.
Dice, usted no me puede forzar a que yo entienda, no me puede obligar a que
That's a
entienda.
violation of my.
Esa
of
es
my
una violación de...
constitutional
Y de ahí
rights
no
to
lo vamos a
try to
sacar de aquí
force
hasta las
something
3 de la
upon
tarde
me.
que se acabe el
That's
juicio.
coercion, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I completely disagree with your
Dice,
characterization
señor
of
Brooks,
the
estoy
proceedings
completamente en
this morning.
desacuerdo con usted.
While it is true that you did not provide consent, you were
Porque usted
entirely uncooperative with
no
the
está,
court's
That's
no
hearing
because I've
está
been
cooperando,
understanding.
no
I'm
está probando, no
explaining why,
está...
Your Honor.
and
I'm
the
not
court
trying to
gave you
leave it where it
ample
was at. I'm
opportunity
attempting
to
to.
answer the
I'm
questions.
attempting to
So I'm gonna go.
explain myself of why I did not answer. It was because the way that you're making it seem is that I intentionally didn't want to answer, and that's
Mr.
not
Brooks,
fair.
I'm moving on to instruction 315.
And I still don't understand. So,
Dice, yo
so
no
how can
entiendo,
we
yo de
even
todas maneras no
proceed
entiendo nada
if
de lo
I'm
que
telling
usted
you I
Do you
don't
understand
understand?
what that I'm asking you to be
No, I
quiet?
don't. No, I
Mr.
don't.
Brooks, please stop
And for the
interrupting me.
record, I don't consent to being called that name,
You
Your Honor.
clearly hear me, sir,
Él dice
because
que
if you
no,
didn't
no
hear
tampoco
me,
da su
then you wouldn't make
consentimiento
that
de
statement.
estar
I know
Hearing
ahí.
you
and
can hear
understanding
me.
is two different things.
Dice, no
I know
entiendo,
you
son
can
dos
hear
cosas
me,
muy
sir.
diferentes.
I'm asking
Hearing and
you to
understanding
stop
is two
interrupting
Dice,
different
me.
things.
escuchar
I'm not
y
trying
ver
to
son
interrupt you,
cosas,
but
escuchar y ver son
gonna,
cosas muy
at some point,
diferentes.
you're gonna ask me my opinion of what's going on, and then when I tell you I don't understand, it's gonna be taken as me trying to delay or trying to
If
do
you
this or
stop
trying to do
talking,
that,
I will explain why I'm bringing up instruction 315.
and I'm not gonna understand your explanation.
Well, you can't say that if you haven't heard what I have to
Dice
say.
que no
Didn't you
puede
try to
decir
do
eso
this
si él ni
earlier,
siquiera ha escuchado
before
lo que ella le
lunch?
está diciendo.
But I need to clarify something because 315, which is the instruction that has it's titled defendant elects not to testify. I had it in there. However, that instruction should really only be given if requested by the defendant. There has been no request made.
No ha hecho ningún requerimiento
And
él
obviously this court made a finding that he
y esta
forfeited
corte
his
totalmente
right
hizo
to testify.
una final
And
decisión
absent Mr. Brooks requesting that
y
instruction,
debido a la
again,
ausencia
I believe
de
it
la
would not be
requisición de
proper
este
for this
señor,
court to include 315 in the instructions to the jury. Does the state have any position on that?
Your Honor, I did look at the notes that are associated with instruction.
dice, vamos a ver las
315,
notas que
and I
están
would-
aquí asociadas con él.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on whether this court should include instruction 315 in the jury instructions to the jury?
I don't even understand what 315.
Dice, no, no entiendo ni
It's
siquiera qué
entitled
significa lo del
defendant elects not to testify. I'll
315.
read it for you. It's my notes, meaning my
La cara.
materials, my jury instruction book.
Y en este
says,
momento es
"We
cuando
give
entra
only for
este Eugenio
testifying
Derbez y le
defendant."
dice, óigame, no,
Read
óigame,
this
no,
follows. This is the
óigame, no.
actual language of the instruction. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's
Él
decision
tiene
not
el
to
derecho
testify
y
must
a
not be
constitucional de no
considered by you in any
testificar, de
way
no decir
and
nada.
must not influence your verdict in any manner. So my question is, do you want this instruction read or
Dice, ¿usted
modified in
quiere
any
esta
way?
instrucción leída
You
o
just said I got a
modificada para?
constitutional right not to testify or to testify. I didn't make either one of those decisions. So
Que
I
él
don't
no ha hecho
understand
ninguna
what
de
you're
las dos
saying.
decisiones, o sea, a él no le importa lo que le está diciendo la jueza.
When a defendant does not testify. In every other case that I've had, the decision on whether to testify was a decision made by the defendant personally. In this case, the court found that you forfeited your right to testify based upon your conduct.
Ella le dice
That
que la
is the
corte pues
ruling I
está
made this
entendiendo que él
How-
ha
how
perdido
did
su
I make
derecho
the
de
decision?
testificar
I didn't-
My
I
porque pues no
question
está
never said
presentando
that.
las evidencias y las
Do
cosas
you
como
want
deben de
the
ser ante la
jury
corte.
instructed that your silence must not be considered by them in any way and must not influence their verdict in any manner?
What do you mean my silence? My Fifth Amendment right?
Correct. I'm not hearing a request from you to have the jury
Because I
given
don't,
this
I
instruction.
don't understand why you're asking me the question, Your Honor. I never decided to or not to testify. I
I
never
understand.
decided
Dice que él
today.
nunca ha tomado la
I
decisión de
understand.
testificar o
So
no
how can I answer
testificar.
that? I don't understand why, I don't understand.
Dice que él no
We're now at the
entiende.
moment where we are discussing whether the jury should receive an instruction specifically on you not testifying, irrespective of the reason for that. I believe I could modify this instruction to simply say, a defendant's silence or a defendant not testifying should not be considered by the jury in any way and must not influence their verdict in any manner. Are you making such a request for a modified instruction?
I don't understand the question because I never decided to or not to testify.
I
Never
understand.
said.
Que él
I
no ha
understand
tenido,
what you're
que él no
saying, sir.
entiende
I
esa
really do.
requisición porque él de verdad
But
no
in light of the
entiende,
court's
no
decision
puede
that you
captar cómo
forfeited
ellos
your
están
right to
tomando una decisión,
testify,
no puede
I forfeited
comprender
something I
cómo
never
la
said.
jueza,
to be
la corte están
instructed
tomando una decisión de
something to the
acuerdo a
effect
algo que
of
él
they
está,
cannot use your
que él no
silence, meaning
entiende.
they cannot use you not testifying against you in any way.
Dice, usted no está
I don't
testificando en
understand
contra de
because I
usted de
never
todas
made a
maneras, o
decision
sea,
not to or to testify.
I'll ask you one more time, and
le
if
vuelvo
you
a
do not
preguntar una
answer
vez
with a
más.
yes or no, I will take your
Contésteme por
answer
favor sí o
of
no.
not answering as you are not making a request for a modified instruction.
Usted no
How
está
can you do that,
haciendo
Your Honor?
ninguna
Want this
requisición para
court,
modificar
sir, to
nada.
instruct the jury in any way regarding you not testifying in this
I
case.
don't
Usted
understand the
no va a
question.
testificar en
Alright,
nada en
based
este
upon
juicio.
There has not been an express request made by Mr. Brooks to give either 315 as it's in the standard or pattern jury instruction or a modification as this court has suggested. 315 is to be taken out of the jury instructions.
How are all these decisions being made without me understanding?
Then I have looked over the verdict forms, and other than really what I would describe as some consistency in how phrases whether
Él
it's
está
all
ahí
caps,
porque,
not all caps, but,
porque cometió un delito y parece que le están haciendo un favor a él. O sea,
charges.
qué hombre tan incongruente, en serio, ¿eh?
For example, I want to be consistent with how I spell out first degree intentional homicide or first degree recklessly.
Ella está diciendo, tengo que hacer aquí una conclusión de que si fue homicidio en primer grado, en segundo grado. Estamos buscando todas las evidencias como para determinar, o sea, él no se escapa de que es culpable, es culpable. Le están haciendo el paro de que la sentencia no sea tan gacha.
Mr. Brooks, that I always put the not guilty verdicts on top when I hand all the verdict forms.
Dice que ella siempre pone arriba el no culpable cuando tiene todas las evidencias en orden.
For counts 1 through 76.
You said it's collated. What do that mean?
Dice, por favor, explíqueme qué quiere decir esto de...
Guilty for count 1, followed by the not guilty and the guilty for count 2, and so on and so forth, all the way through the remainder of the counts that are alleged in this case, which in this case total 76.
I don't understand.
Otra vez, ella le pregunta, la jueza le explica y él dice, yo no entiendo, no entiendo.
Special questions.
Dice, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta especial que me quiera hacer? Pero tiene que venir preparado.
Those are all accurate.
Can I go to the other courtroom since you don't have to answer?
Dice, como usted no me da las respuestas, ya me voy al otro cuarto, ya me voy al otro cuarto.
Not at this time.
Why not? I keep telling you I don't understand.
Dice, no me he cansado de decirles que no entiendo, ese es mi derecho. Usted no me dice nada, usted me está diciendo. Dice, ¿me puedo por favor ir al otro cuarto? Dice, usted está dejando su derecho de estar presente aquí en la corte. Dice, y entonces dice ella, mi respuesta es no. Dice, yo vine aquí y yo vine aquí a requerir, a solicitar que no quiero estar presente. Estoy haciendo una solicitud de que no quiero estar aquí para evitar el drama y todo esto. Dice, no, el único que ha traído aquí el drama es usted. Es el típico novio tóxico que te echa la culpa después de que se pone así de loquito contigo.
Mr. Brooks, I have a question to this data. Ask that you not interrupt and then
It's
I'll
not
Dice, le voy a
about
pedir, le
interrupting,
tengo una
it's about me
pregunta aquí. Le voy
attempting
a
to
pedir que por
understand.
favor
I've
no
been
esté
saying that since
interrumpiendo.
we came in here.
Mr. Brooks, I
You
will,
can't-
I
you
will
can't force
respond
me to
as follows to
understand.
that. You waived your right to.
Usted
I
está
didn't waive
haciendo a
my
un
right
lado
to
su
no
derecho
counsel.
de
I
estar
gave you the
presente.
contract.
Your
I
right.
did not. And you won't sit here and say that for the record because that is not
No,
what
you
happened.
Dice, yo no lo dije.
You
Usted
are
no puede decir
incorrect.
aquí
So
que
we
va a
don't
dejar
have the,
esto
do we have the
in your-
paperwork?
para el
Because I
récord, porque
believe
yo no
that
lo
I gave
he, yo
you
no lo he
the paperwork
aceptado.
back that you,
Mr. Brooks, you
I
very
gave it to you, altered,
clearly
and did not waive it.
have been presenting a nuanced argument regarding
That
the
is
right
not
to
true, Your Honor.
counsel
That is not
versus
true.
the right to assistance of
That is
counsel.
not true.
That's a pretty sophisticated argument. That's why I believe you fully understand what's
I
going
don't.
on.
Dice,
in
yo le he
this
dado
courtroom.
muchas
I
explicaciones y yo
disagree
tengo
with
yo
your
sé que usted entiende
characterization
completamente lo que le
of
estoy
the
diciendo
right
porque
to
usted vino aquí a
counsel.
presentar también unas
You know
evidencias.
that you accepted the
You
way that I
waived
gave it to
the
you. So you
entirety.
shouldn't have did that if you had questions of me not understanding.
I don't have any questions
You
whatsoever.
definitely do, because I'm telling you right now I don't understand, and you still won't even acknowledge the fact that I'm saying in open court on the record that I don't understand something. I haven't waived anything. You made decisions today that I didn't consent to, that I explained I did not answer because I didn't understand, which is my right to say that.
Right, Mr. Brooks, you
is
are
also my Fifth
interfering with
Amendment
the
right to be
proper and
silent.
orderly administration of these proceedings. I understand that you disagree with the decisions.
Dice,
that
yo
I
estoy
have made,
entendiendo
but
que
you
usted
are
está en
respectful
desacuerdo
of
con
the
esta
decisions.
decisión,
You keep wanting to debate
pero
them and
quiere
argue
seguir
them.
usted
That is
aquí
not
haciendo
proper legal recourse at this time.
las
I am
requisiciones
asking if
legales
you're
en este
willing
momento.
to waive your right to be present.
Usted
You
tiene,
indicated you're
no,
not.
o sea, usted se puede
Because
quitar el
when you-
derecho de
when
estar
you
presente.
say waive, I'm not waiving anything.
Dice, yo no estoy dando,
Then
yo
that's
no
why
me
you're
estoy
here,
quitando
until
nada.
we make a finding that you, by your conduct, are forfeiting your right to be present.
We'll make the finding and kick me out.
Dice,
Make the
usted
finding
encontró
and
la
hold me
manera de
consent,
sacarme de aquí.
which is what you waiting to do anyway. That's
¿Qué
why
es lo
that
que usted ha
courtroom
estado
is set
esperando
up
de
the
todas
way it has
maneras?
for the whole time, because at some point it's anticipated that I will be over there. Which is not impartial and which is biased.
Eso es imparcial y eso es una
It's
violación.
judicial misconduct.
Es una misconducta. Eso es algo que no está correcto, dice.
I stated from the beginning, sir, that the goals of this trial,
So you reading from
Are
the paper, or
threefold.
are you reading, or are you just citing what you
number
know?
one, sir, is during the evidentiary phase of this was to control the presentation of evidence so as to ensure fairness and reliability of the criminal trial process.
And I offered
That
evidence that you
includes
didn't allow.
Developing relevant facts upon which a determination of guilt or innocence can be made. What is sometimes referred to in the case law as the ascertainment of truth. There's an equal but secondary purpose related to efficiency and effectiveness. That has been my repeated use of 906.11 is what that would fall under. There's a third goal of everything that I've done here, and that is the courtesy and decorum in this courtroom, what I've sometimes referred to as civility. Of course, there are other goals as well, including protecting your rights, protecting the
Ella está
record,
tratando
protecting the
de proteger sus derechos. Ella está tratando de estar también de su lado, pero obviamente
disagreement with the
I can't
court
even make evidence.
decisions,
dice, yo no puedo hacer ninguna
Yeah, but
evidencia.
How can
in
I,
a
how can
in
I defend myself if I can't even present evidence?
Dice, ¿cómo puedo defenderme a mí mismo si no puedo presentar ninguna evidencia?
But that doesn't have anything to do with my evidence.
Dice, pero eso no tiene
I
nada
can
que ver
do
con
that
mis
from the other courtroom
evidencias.
too, correct?
Sir, you
If I can be present from the other courtroom, I should be able to present evidence from the
Dice,
other
si me
courtroom
puedo,
as
si
well.
me puedo ir al otro cuartito, yo puedo hacerme presente aquí, yo puedo traer presentes mis
are not willing
evidencias.
to answer the most
saying
basic of
Totality.
questions
The
about
totality,
whether
Your Honor. The
you
totality.
had
Have I
a
not
witness
asked?
available.
Have I not asked? In fairness, have I not asked to admit evidence? Have I not asked more than once?
Mr. Brooks, you have not asked to present any evidence.
Yes, I
in
have.
legally
You told me
Dice,
before
señor,
the
usted no ha
evidence
presentado
really
ninguna
vague.
evidencia.
How
Dice,
would
sí,
I
sí
know
las he
that
presentado.
if you didn't answer
And
the
you,
question?
as your own attorney, you proceed at your own peril sometimes.
That
Whether
has
you have a
nothing to
full
do with me
understanding of
presenting
the rules of
evidence.
procedure and rules of evidence or not. And
That
I
has
made that
nothing to do with me
abundantly
being able
clear.
to present evidence.
So Mr. Brooks,
Nothing
This is your
nothing I
final
presented
warning.
have been able to be admitted into
I am turning
evidence.
to the state for a discussion of the verdict forms. If you interrupt me or them again,
Dice,
then
si
I
usted me
will
vuelve a
have the findings
interrumpir a
in
mí
court.
o a alguien
Make the
otra vez,
Present,
Make the finding.
and you will appear from the neighboring courtroom.
You want
que
me
lo
to
van a
hear from
sacar
the neighborhood
definitivamente
courtroom?
del
Just let-
cuartito.
I don't.
Just let me go.
Dice, déjeme ir,
Just let
déjeme
me
ir.
go.
Es el novio
I thought
tóxico.
that
Esta es
all
una
the
relación
forms
love,
looked,
love-hate
good. I did
relationship.
ask your
This is
clerk
ridiculous.
All right, he's interrupted.
Otra vez
He's
está
chosen
interrumpiendo.
to be here. He's chosen to do that despite the warning from the court. Will be
There
in
wasn't
recess
no
until
warning.
this
I'm the one
taken
that asked.
over.
So let's
To the other
make the record
courtroom,
correct.
and we
I'm
have
the one
the
that asked
audio
when we came in here, Your
And
Honor.
video working appropriately.
I asked when we came in here to
Madam
be
Clerk,
present
we'll
from the
have
other
to do it
court.
by Zoom because we may have to utilize the share
Y
screen.
lo van a sacar.
We don't have to utilize no share screen because I'm not going to participate in no proceedings that I don't
Dice que él no va a
understand.
participar en
I
nada
told you I don't
presente.
understand
We're
a
in
million
recess until
times.
we get the courtroom
Ya le
set.
dije
So
millones de
we
veces que
don't
no
have to be in
entiendo.
recess. I don't agree to it.
Oh my God, otra vez, forzados a irse al cuartito. Oigan, no manchen, qué señor tan desesperante, pobre de la jueza. Imagínate, todos los ojos en Estados Unidos están puestos en ella. Las personas que tienen a sus familiares que de verdad están desesperados para que este señor sea juzgado. Imagínense nada más la desesperación, la impotencia que han de estar sintiendo. No puede ser, no puede ser, no puede ser. Esto es algo de verdad como para una serie de Netflix, está cañón. Si creíamos que lo habíamos visto todo en el juicio de Johnny Depp, esta nos dice, háganse un lado que él les voy. Este señor está delirando, está como... Y aparte, si gana, o sea, si él se declara que también le están quitando sus derechos, o sea, por las leyes que hay en Estados Unidos, es capaz así de que también le... Vaya usted a saber, no, 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 qué fuerte. Bueno, regresamos en unos minutos, estamos en break.
Mr. Brooks is now appearing from the other courtroom. Appears he has headphones on. Speaking of headphones, I do need to make a correction to the record from this morning. I had made a statement that, given his demeanor, the headphones had been taken off the table by the bailiffs. I was incorrect. Mr. Brooks handed the headphones to the
Dice que
bailiff,
él
saying he didn't
regresó
wanna
los
break them.
audífonos, o sea, no quiere ni siquiera escuchar, o sea, está en un plan.
All right, so we are discussing the verdict forms.
Estábamos
Go ahead,
discutiendo el
please, and complete
veredicto.
your record.
Todas las formas que están llenando, pues ya están checándolas.
For count 15, I have a not guilty verdict. I did not have a guilty verdict, but the way that it was on the paper made me believe that something happened, and I think you probably have it with your packet, it just didn't get printed off for me.
We'll make sure that that's there.
Perdón.
Any misspellings of any names?
Dice, ¿hay algún nombre que esté mal deletreado, mal escrito?
All right, I did, when we started up the video conference,
Dice, cuando empezamos la videoconferencia,
has been muted. I am going to unmute him right
ahorita
now.
lo van a, estaba on mute, ahorita va a estar ya.
And I should state
van a
again
desmutear.
for the record, all of the verdict forms, or at least the drafts, were provided to him prior to the lunch break.
Antes del
So he
lunch
would have
break,
had an opportunity to review them.
le dimos la oportunidad de
Should he
revisar los
have
documentos.
chosen to do that.
Eso fue su
Do you have
derecho de
any
hacer eso.
Position on the verdict form, sir.
I wasn't provided with anything, and if I was, I accepted
Ya trae puestos los audífonos.
alternative for value. And since I'm now in another courtroom, are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction? You have yet to prove it for the record.
Mr. Brooks, you were provided with the verdict forms. What you did with them, I don't know.
Dice, a usted se le proveyeron las formas, no sé qué hizo
They
con
were
ellas.
provided to you prior to lunch, the lunch
I
break.
haven't been
Antes del
provided with
lonche le dimos las formas.
Teresa, you had the large packet of verdict forms. What
Dice,
were
usted
they-
tiene el
how were
paquete
they given
grande
to
de
Mr.
las,
Brooks
el
prior to
veredicto, las
the
formas
lunch
para el
break?
veredicto.
To be- And the bailiffs are confirming that the verdict forms were provided to him on his table. I will remind you once again that I do.
Dice, le voy a recordar
it is
una
my
sola
practice
vez
to put
más.
all of the not guilty verdicts on top of the guilty verdicts in a collated fashion. Again, I saw a couple of just cleaning up, I would say, not with the words
Pues
themselves.
todo indica
but
que lo
just
van a declarar
capitalization of
culpable.
various words within the verdict forms, and I'll make sure that's done. The appropriate counts had and have the appropriate special verdict
Y
questions.
pues especialmente con
Those
ese
special verdict questions
veredicto,
are only as they relate to guilty verdicts related to the use of a dangerous weapon for counts.
usando pues
1
una
through 6,
arma,
the homicide counts, then
una arma
61
pues como el coche,
through,
¿no? Que fue
Ah.
la causante de,
I believe 67
It would be 7 through.
through 67 have that special verdict, and then the hit and run counts have the
porque pues sí, atropelló y
special question related to, did each of the counts involve the death of a person, and it names the person alleged to have been killed. So those look to be all in order. I've already addressed, going back to the jury instructions 315. We have done a little bit of rearranging some of the order, but the content is there. It is my practice to read through all of the instructions up until the point of closing arguments, and then I stop.
Y bueno, pues ella dice que
Opportunity to argue the case to the jury, and then following that, there are what I like to call the closing instructions, or
y ella ya tiene ahí su paquete de su veredicto para cerrar ya esta discusión, que va a haber unos jueces que va a haber unos jueces que van a estar alternando con ella. Dice, tengo una pregunta a su señoría. Ahora sí, muy noblecito.
The enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. How's that being charged? Is that under 939.632?
It is in the charging document, sir.
How's that being charged? From my understanding that the statute reads the increased penalty provided in this section does not apply if possessing, using, or threatening to use a dangerous weapon is an essential element of the crime charge. Without the vehicle, there is no crime. So
Dice, sin el vehículo no hay crimen.
So how am I charged with?
Dice, ¿por qué estoy siendo juzgado si no está el vehículo, no hay
State where
crimen?
is your argument only as it relates to counts 1 through 6 or others?
Whichever count has the enhancement penalty for use of a dangerous weapon.
Porque él dice, ella lo está acusando de haber tenido
Homicide
una
charges
arma
and all of the
peligrosa,
first
una arma
degree
letal, y él
reckless
dice, el
endangering safety
vehículo.
charges still counts 1 through 67.
So 1 through 67.
Correct. I can have the state respond to that.
Yeah, how is the alleged defendant being charged?
So are you asking how, or are you making a specific
Dice,
request
¿usted
as
está
it relates
preguntando
to
cómo o está
the
haciendo una pregunta
special verdict
específica
question?
de por qué estamos llegando a esta
Um,
conclusión?
I would say both.
Dice, bueno, yo me imagino que las dos, quiero saber las dos.
Seeing as how I don't understand how,
Dice, ve, es lo que yo no entiendo.
that's why there's the question.
Eso es por eso estoy haciendo la pregunta,
Reading
porque no
the
entiendo.
statute,
And which part of this, I'm sorry, which part of the statute are you referring to again?
Dice, ¿cuál parte de
I
esta?
believe it's 939.632.
And your specific argument is what again?
Dice, ¿y su específico argumento cuál es?
How is that enhancement? How is the alleged defendant charged with that enhancement?
Que
when
cómo,
reading the statute, it says it. Well, I just read it, so.
dice, nevermind, ya lo acabo de leer. Que cómo llegaron a esa conclusión.
I believe you're referring to sub 2, which states the increased penalty provided in this section does not apply if possessing, using, or threatening to use a dangerous weapon is an essential element of the crime charge.
Que el hecho de que él haya tenido posesión, haya usado y haya pues cometido lo que hizo de atropellar a las personas, pues a eso se le considera un arma, ¿no? O sea, usó su camioneta o la camioneta como un arma.
Well, what's the state's response?
Using, possessing, or threatening to use a dangerous weapon is
Dice,
not
usar,
an essential element of
tener,
clear
usar
safety
y
and
amedrentar,
homicide
amenazar
for
con
first
algún
degree
tipo de
reckless safety if
arma
there
o algo que pueda ser usado
are the
como
elements in the standard jury instructions
como arma
the defendant can see it is not
para lastimar a las personas.
different from a situation like armed robbery, which does require the use or threatened use of a dangerous weapon. So the penalty enhancer is correctly charged for those two types of crimes.
Any final argument on that, sir?
Yes, that's not what the statute is clearly saying. It's clearly stated. It does not apply if possessing, using, or threatening to use a dangerous weapon is an essential element of the crime charge. If there's no vehicle involved, where
Dice, si no hay un vehículo incluido, si no hay un vehículo envuelto, no hay crimen.
part of it to even be a crime. The alleged defendant is charged with using a vehicle to commit these crimes. If
Dice,
there's
usar
no
un vehículo para cometer este crimen.
where's the crime?
¿Dónde está el carro? ¿Dónde está el carro?
So it has to be an essential element of the crime.
Dice que tiene que haber
Otherwise,
una
there's no
cosa
crime.
elemental para.
I think it's the essential element. If you read in the statute, it's the essential element. You can't just walk up to someone and quote unquote run them over. There has to be something used in order for this alleged crime to transpire, and that would essentially mean the quote unquote dangerous weapon.
Él está diciendo
So
que como ya no hay
without
carro, pues ya no hay
the-
delito. ¿Dónde está el arma? ¿Dónde está?
Without the quote unquote dangerous weapon, where's the crime?
Dice, ¿dónde está el carro?
So how can it be charged?
Dice,
when
¿cómo
it
puedo
is
hacer-
the
cómo me pueden
essential
estar
element of the crime charge?
achacando eso de un crimen? ¿Dónde está el
Well, sir,
arma?
I've listened to your argument. I've read the statute. I've looked at the elements for intentional homicide and first degree recklessly endangering safety. Neither one of those crimes have as an element in it use of a vehicle. There are certainly many different ways that both of those
Dice pues
statutes can be violated.
que hay
Well,
muchísimas
it's true
formas
that
de
in
que
this
una
particular
arma
case,
así
the
como un
use of the
vehículo pueda ser
vehicle is the
utilizado
mechanism or instrumentality that's
como
being
un
alleged to have
instrumento
been
o
used.
mentalmente
But
para
it's not the
usarlo,
same as being an essential element of the crime.
que no
Like
tiene
the
que ser
armed robbery,
exactamente como que
um,
un elemento esencial
crime
que
is
se
a
use
good
como tipo
example of when you
normalmente.
could not face an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon because you can't have the crime of armed robbery without the threat or use of a dangerous weapon.
Y pues ella está
So-
explicándole, tratándole de decir que aunque no es un arma, un coche, que él lo utilizó como un arma para llevar a cabo ese tipo de
It's not an
asalto
essential
violento que hizo.
element of either first degree intentional homicide or first degree recklessly endangering safety. So I'll deny the request to strike the enhancer for those reasons and find that it is properly before the jury for their determination.
I respectfully object to that, Your Honor.
Understood.
Ahora sí,
Do you
muy
have any
respetuoso,
other
dice.
challenges to the verdicts you'd like to raise at this time?
Yeah, would that be, will my objection to that be noted for the record?
It is.
Now request a legal reconsideration of your ruling, Your Honor?
Dice
Denied.
que si puede poner
Now
como en
request a
reconsideración.
finding of fact for your ruling, Your Honor?
Ahora
Denied.
sí, ahorita sí diciéndole Your Honor.
Just for the record, it's my understanding that the verdict forms were put in the garbage by Mr. Brooks and they remain in there.
Dice que él puso el paquete de los veredictos que le dieron, él los puso en la
May I
basura.
respectfully request a written judicial finding of facts and conclusion of law for this issue, Your Honor?
You may request it. The request is denied.
For the record, may I respectfully move for interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter?
This is not the proper court to grant such relief.
For the record, may I move to stay these proceedings until this instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction?
Your request is denied.
Le han denegado su request, su
Your
requerimiento,
request
su
is not based on
petición.
law or fact, sir.
I just read a statute that it came from. My argument was based on a statute, a Wisconsin statute.
Your request is noted. Your objection to the court's finding and determination is noted. I decline to issue any type of written decision or stay pending appeal, noting there is no appeal that has been filed.
Pues sí, él dice que no.
Show that this court will not allow the accused to
Ahora
actually
está
defend
echándole la
themselves
culpa
in
a la
fact.
corte, él. Él está diciendo
The
que
court's already made its findings regarding the forfeiture of right to testify and the forfeiture.
pues que él
of the right
está
to present
denegando su
additional evidence
derecho
and
a
testimony.
testificar y
We're not gonna
a
revisit
pues
the
a
same.
defenderse lo que ha estado
It was not
haciendo.
consented to. I never stated that I did or did not want to
Understand,
testify.
I understand.
So how can that decision be made?
Dice,
on
¿cómo
my
es posible
behalf
que han
when I
hecho una
didn't
decisión de algo
say
que yo
either
ni
way?
siquiera he hecho?
What I stated was I didn't understand the questions being answered.
Dice, lo que
Sir, do
pasa
you
es de
have
que
any
yo no estoy
other
entendiendo las preguntas que usted me
Questions
está
or
haciendo.
issues regarding the verdict forms?
Your Honor, are you making a judicial determination that you don't have to answer any questions?
Dice, ¿usted está
Not
haciendo su
answering
determinación
those
basada en
questions,
que yo no le he
Other
contestado
than how
ninguna
I've
pregunta?
already answered them.
Is that a judicial determination?
¿Esa es su
Every
decisión, es su
decision made is a
determinación?
Determination by this court.
Is it a judicial determination?
Sir, I will ask you once more.
Dice, señor, le voy a volver a
Do you have any
preguntar.
other issues
¿Tiene
And I
algún
will
otro,
raise once
algún
more,
otro
I
problema?
don't understand the questions that you are asking.
Sir, do
So
you
I
have
would-
any other issues to raise with respect to the verdict forms?
I do not understand the questions that you are
He
asking.
has now
I don't
twice
understand.
not answered the question. I'll ask one last time and specifically advise him that his failure to answer the question will be taken by this court as a no. Sir, do you have
Under
any
what law of
additional
fact? Under what law of fact can you say no?
Dice que bajo qué ley ella está haciendo eso.
issues to raise with respect to the verdict forms?
I do not understand the questions that you are asking.
All right, he
I
has
don't
chosen
understand.
not to answer other than
Él,
by
usted
saying
está
he does not
escogiendo no
understand the
contestar
questions,
ninguna de
he
mis
did not
preguntas.
specifically answer with a yes or no. Therefore, this court takes that as he does not have any additional issues
That
to
is-
raise with
That is
respect
incorrect.
to the
That is
verdict
incorrect.
forms.
Él
That is incorrect.
desechó,
I
él
said
tiró a
I
la
don't
basura las
understand.
formas
You
para el
can't
veredicto.
Force me to understand something, Your Honor.
All right, did the state have any
It
other?
is my
I'm gonna mute him
constitutional right.
momentarily.
It's
Mr.
my
Brooks, I'm muting you
constitutional
because
right.
I'm moving on to another topic. I understand you disagree with the court's rulings, but you need to respect the
Dice,
rulings with proper
tiene que por favor
etiquette
aprender
in
a
this
respetar.
courtroom, which you are demonstrating once
Si no
again. You're
respetó
not
las
going to
vidas, va a
follow, so
respetar a
I
la jueza.
exercised my ability to press mute. Does the state have any
¿El
other
Estado tiene alguna otra
requests as it relates to the
requisición
jury instructions? I wanna
acerca de
come
las
full
instrucciones
circle back to
que
that, 'cause
la
I do
jueza ha
need to
dado?
approve of them.
We do not.
All right, Mr.
Dice
Brooks,
que no,
I'll
no
ask
tienen.
you the same question.
Le
I
voy a
will
preguntar la
unmute. Do you
misma
have any,
cuestión.
additional requests as it
¿Tiene
relates to the jury
alguna
instructions?
adecuación, alguna requisición
Yeah, I have
aparte?
questions related to all of them because I don't understand any of this.
My question was not, do you have questions, but do
And
you have
my
any
answer
requests?
was, I don't understand.
Y mi respuesta fue que yo no lo
And
entiendo.
I've made several requests.
The requests are not related to the jury instructions, which is the phase of this hearing that this court is attempting to conduct with you and give you the opportunity to fully participate. Mr. Brooks is choosing
Dice que él ha
not to
tenido la
answer my
oportunidad de
question.
participar
I'm
como
gonna mute him momentarily,
completamente.
sir. I will ask you one more time.
Dice, le voy a
If you
poner,
have
por favor,
any,
la última vez que le voy a preguntar
requests
o lo voy a
as it
mutear.
relates to the jury instructions, I then will
Siga, por
ask
favor,
you
las
if you
instrucciones de la
approve
jueza,
of the jury instructions. If
las
you
indicaciones también del jurado.
do not answer those questions as it relates to the
Usted no está
question, do you
contestando
have
ninguna
any,
pregunta.
requests as relate to jury instructions? I will interpret that as a no.
Y voy a
And
interpretar
if
su
you
respuesta
do
como
not
un no si no
specifically
contesta
answer the question about
específicamente
the jury instructions, I will interpret
las
that as
instrucciones
your
del jurado.
approval. So first question to you is, do you
Primera
have any,
pregunta.
and you're unmuted, do you have any requests at this point as it relates to the jury instructions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta referente a las instrucciones? Dice otra vez diciendo él, no entiendo las preguntas.
So do you have any requests?
¿Tiene alguna
Or
requisición?
any additional instructions
¿Alguna
that are not
instrucción
included, or to
adicional?
remove any that are included?
Yeah, remove them all until I understand. Or add
Dice,
the
sí,
jury
remuevan todas
instructions that I
porque no
have
entiendo
myself.
nada.
What jury instructions do you have,
¿Cuáles son sus instrucciones?
So now you don't know I had jury instructions and I told you this weeks ago.
Dice, ahora usted me dice
What
que no me
filing
entiende.
are you referring to, sir? If I've overlooked that, I will certainly reconsider, but I'm not
You
aware of a
overlook
specific jury instruction.
It seems like you overlook a lot, Your Honor.
Can you,
Dice, lo que
point
pasa
me
es
to
de
a
que todas
specific
se ven
filing?
muy similar.
So you have all my filings on file? Are you saying that you have my filings and they haven't been admitted into evidence?
oh, my computer's not working.
Oh, now the computer's not working.
Dice, ahora su computadora no está trabajando. Ay, no, qué cosas.
Sir, please direct me to the specific filing that you're referring to.
Dice,
that
por
has a
favor,
request
refiérase a la
related
específica
to jury instructions.
instrucción que necesita saber.
You just said you was referring to the filings, right? Did you just say that?
That's not what I said.
Did you just say what filings are referring to jury instructions? Did you or did you not just say that?
I said, do you have a specific filing you can refer the court to?
Dice que si
that
ella,
relates to
él
jury
está cambiando
instructions?
la pregunta que le está dando ella.
Or is it not working?
It's being a little temperamental, but I just can't use my search function, so if you can
Dice, no
direct me
puedo
to
buscar
the
ahorita,
filing, that
como
would
que
be
se le
great.
atoró la computadora a la jueza.
It would also be great for those filings to be admitted into evidence.
Acuérdense que está ahorita en el otro
Simply
cuartito y
filing
está
something
usando
with the
los
court does not
audífonos
make
para
it
estarse
evidence or the
refiriendo a
evidentiary
esto.
phase of a trial. There are rules of procedure and rules of evidence that govern that.
And you told me to make all my filings in writing.
Sir, I said if you had a motion, it needed to be put in
All those
writing.
were motions. All those were motions.
Sir, what filing are you referring the court to?
Look through all my motions.
Sir, it's not my job to advocate on your behalf. If you have
Dice, no
something
es
in
mi
particular-
trabajo de ponerme de su lado.
I asked you to do your job.
Sir, if you have something, a specific
Si usted
request,
tiene
now is the
alguna
time to
específica
make it.
requerimiento para...
I don't accept none of those jury instructions. I don't accept any of them. Any of them.
Dice que él no acepta ninguna de las indicaciones que ella le está dando.
Why do I have to
Dice, no entiendo nada. ¿Cómo le voy a aceptar de las indicaciones que usted me está dando?
when it's clear that I don't understand?
Es claramente que yo no entiendo nada.
Your Honor, I can inform the court that jury instructions were due, I believe, on August 30th. The state submitted their proposed jury instructions as well as the substantive instructions, and the defense indicated that they agreed with our filing.
Dice que ellos desde el 30 de agosto le mandaron así como que todos los documentos y él estuvo de acuerdo. La defensa, que es el mismo, él se está autodefendiendo, acuérdense.
What have been filed with the court.
So what jury instructions are you referring to, or what document is being referred to on the alleged defendant's behalf? Because as we all know, I didn't obtain the discovery in full until the end of September. So there was documents that I didn't even know that existed.
Mr. Brooks, one final time.
Señor
Do you have
Mr.
any
Brooks, una
specific
final
requests as it relates
pregunta.
to the jury instructions, other than your request that they all be struck?
And I'm telling you, Your Honor, I don't understand.
Y le estoy diciendo, su señoría, que no.
All right, then I will
Entiendo.
take his response that he does not understand, that he does not have any additional requests,
I didn't say
and
that.
they will be
I said I don't
approved.
understand.
They will be
You can't-
approved and are,
No,
I'm gonna have to mute
No.
him. They are approved as been drafted by the court and modified based
Dice pues que ha
during
sido
the
modificado
jury
por la
instruction
corte y
conference on the record
aprobado
this
y
morning
él
and this
aquí
afternoon. I will once again review
Una
all of
vez-
them
una vez
just
más,
for grammar, just to make sure all of
que
that
solamente
is
por las
correct.
cuestiones gramáticas lo va a revisar ella.
And provide a written printout of the final draft for the parties before we break for the day today. I am also approving of the verdict forms that have been previously submitted to the parties, just noting there's just a few grammatical things that need to be corrected, but the content and substance are there, and I've already addressed on the record any requests by the parties this afternoon.
No, Your Honor, I believe that the final copy that we've been working off of is appropriate.
Any comment about that, Mr. Brooks, or any statement?
I don't consider being called that name, and I just told you I don't understand these jury questions.
Y sigue con lo mismo. Ya le dije que yo no entiendo.
How they allowed to pass just because you feel that they should.
No, es que
Bueno,
él
también
quiere,
vayamos
él no
a-
necesita abogado, él se está defendiendo él mismo.
Pues
Él,
no,
él
pero
está
es-
haciéndolo él
Not one of
solo.
those jury instructions
Solamente está
came to me,
usando
not one.
El tiempo y el dinero de
How's
todas
that
las
fair?
personas que pagan impuestos, la neta.
Mr. Brooks, this court gave you the draft
didn't
of
give
the
me
jury
anything.
instructions.
You didn't
I
give me
need to
anything.
mute you because once
Dice,
again,
lo voy a
he's
volver a
evading
mutear.
about things that I think are very clear on the record. This court provided both the state and Mr. Brooks with a written printout, 107 pages long, of the jury instructions it was considering in this case. We had a discussion this morning. We continued that discussion this afternoon. Prior to breaking for the lunch hour, all of the verdict forms were printed off and provided to both the state and to Mr. Brooks. It is also true that when he was previously represented by counsel, the court had some specific deadlines related to jury instruction proposals. And the state reminded me that there essentially was not
Bueno,
an
pues él
objection
ahorita
raised
está-
regarding the proposal and the filing from the state. I had a brief opportunity to look through the record of the inmate communication forms that have been sent.
Pues sí,
during
dice
this
que él ha
trial
tenido,
that
que
are
él ha
on
tenido
file.
muchísimas
I haven't
oportunidades de
seen
revisar
anything that
antes del lunch
references
break. También le
jury
volvieron a imprimir
instructions.
un paquete de cosas,
I'm well aware that he has other
paquetes de
filings,
documentos que tenía
but
que
I
él
could
checar
not find
y los tiró a la
anything
basura
related to jury instructions.
referente a las
Any
instrucciones
specific
del
requests
jurado
that he is making or made
y de la
during
jueza.
this case.
Que se declare mejor incompetente la jueza, que diga, yo la verdad no puedo con esto y que renuncie. Yo digo que
So
le
for
pongan
the
mejor a un
record, I am
hombre.
approving of the verdicts. I am approving of the jury instructions. And once again, before we break for the day, I will
Dice, y antes de
make
irnos,
sure to provide the parties with written printouts of both of the documents as they now stand. Then there are a few other issues we need to go through. Attorney Davie, I think you brought these up prior to the break. Maybe it was Attorney Opper, in terms of scheduling and what I would consider other housekeeping issues, but go ahead and remind me once again of the issues you wanted to bring up. I think it was the alternate sequestration, and there might have been a third.
Yes, Your Honor. The question is to the sequestration of the jurors once they are excused for deliberations, and should the timing require that, an overnight stay or something along those lines. We wanted to discuss that. We wanted to discuss what the court intended to do with the 3 alternates once they have been selected. It would be our request and position that they should remain in a secure location, separate and apart from anyone else, unless and until full deliberations are complete by the 12 selected to decide the case, so that if needed, and in light of the
ya se va a
brief
terminar.
COVID history we have on this record, if needed, one of the alternates could slide into position of one of the 12 who are deliberating, if that became necessary. So we wanted to address that, and then we just wanted to address timing generally for closing arguments.
Ellos ya están terminando casi el caso. Ellos están diciendo que van a determinar una fecha y hora para el closing arguments, para las cuestiones de cuando ya saben, cuando llevan antes de dar el veredicto, porque pues la verdad no están llegando a nada. Este señor no está haciendo lo que le corresponde ni como abogado, ni como testigo, ni como presunto culpable. Y ahorita es lo que están haciendo, poniéndose de acuerdo cuándo van a hacer la parte ya final, porque pues no están llegando a nada, ¿verdad?
Mr. Brooks, do you have any of those final type of questions or issues?
¿Tiene alguna última pregunta para estas?
Address?
Ahorita está ya en tono, ya no quiere ni hablar, ya se
I
quitó
am.
los audífonos. Ya se los va a poner.
Since nothing I say even matters at this point, I'm just going to tell the jury what they need to know. I'm just going to tell them the truth.
Mr. Brooks, you are aware that your closing arguments have to be based on law and fact.
Dice, usted ha estado consciente, sabe que los argumentos de cierre van a estar ya listos esta semana.
Will object when appropriate,
Well,
if
It's going to
appropriate.
be a whole lot of objection then, because I'm going to tell the truth. You haven't allowed, you just been making all the decisions.
Dice, usted está haciendo las decisiones usted sola.
I told you repeatedly that I don't understand.
Y yo ya le dije repetidas veces que yo no entiendo nada. Ya le dije. Le está echando la culpa a ella, bien narcisista, bien manipulador. Dice, yo le estoy diciendo que no entiendo y usted continúa y aún está diciendo que ya tomó una decisión.
Are you telling me, sir, that you will refuse to follow the simple rules of decorum, courtesy, civility, the rules of evidence, and the rules of procedure?
Don't try to come with your slick words and don't put words in
Dice,
my
no
mouth.
trate de poner
Sir,
palabras
I
así
am
como
not being
quien dice
slick.
adornadas.
I'm trying to
You've
preserve the
been
integrity.
slick. You've
All right.
been slick.
I'm going to mute you, sir, since
Dice, lo
what
voy
you are
a
saying is not
mutear porque
productive.
usted está haciendo otra
It
vez,
is not courteous. It is disrespectful.
está haciendo otra vez irrespetuoso.
I need to I need to go
I
over
don't care
these.
what you think.
All right, I'm.
Y el otro le dice, no me
because I
importa lo
need
que
to
usted
go over
diga.
These important issues that have been raised by the state. So as far as the alternates, I do think it is important to keep the alternates who in a secure location, even if that means an overnight, unless and until verdicts are reached in this matter, and I will so instruct the clerk of courts to make those arrangements. We have been doing that all along in any event. As far as selecting the alternates, obviously each of our jurors have a number. I intend to have
Ella
pieces
dice
of,
que ya el jurado va a tomar una decisión. Cada jurado pues tienen un
equal
número.
size pieces of paper
Tienen
folded
ellos
up
que
with each of
llevarse
their
unas
numbers, put them
documentaciones que
in
tienen que
the,
rellenar y tienen que hacer para...
same turnstile bin that we utilized for the selection of jury preemptory strikes by lot, and to simply pull out 3 names. Those will be the alternates, and then the
Se van a seleccionar 3 personas del jurado nada más que van a...
would be those 12 who will
De los 12 que
deliberate.
son, creo son 12.
And so I'll make sure that that's out here for the appropriate time. As I indicated this morning, all of the jurors were provided with some information regarding sequestration. It
Que
is the
todos los
practice
del jurado tienen que
of,
también proporcionar
that I've,
información que se les dio
approved in this
previamente,
case that the jurors provide us with certain emergency contact
donde
information. so
el
that
jurado
we
les
are
tiene
able
que
to get a hold of
proporcionar
families should there
contactos
be the
de
need. They're
emergencia.
given information regarding sequestration, the purpose of it. If I have not made that a part of the record, I will make sure to get a copy of that filed in this case so that both sides know what was provided.
Pues para que las
to,
dos partes tengan
the
entendido y sepan
jurors,
el procedimiento de
today
lo que va a
before they
seguir.
left. And then I'll also make sure that when the 12 are deliberating, that the 3 who are not are taken to a different jury room with a bailiff, and again, kept in a secure location, but separate from the other 12. In the event one would be needed, we would then take up that issue at that time, but I think it's good practice to have them available if that becomes an
Bueno,
issue.
él no está escuchando nada de lo que está diciendo la jueza, él ya se
As
volvió a
far
quitar los
as
audífonos.
timing, I'll first address, I have instructed the jurors to be back at 9 a.m. That's because typically we have a few things to finalize.
Dice que van a
in the morning,
mañana
so we'll start at
volverse a ver a las
8:30
9 de la
tomorrow
mañana.
morning. It will also give the parties one final opportunity.
Que le voy a dar la oportunidad a las
many
partes,
pages of jury
que ya les dio
instructions
demasiadas.
and verdict forms to just make sure there aren't any other issues that jump off the page or that need to be
Algún otro
addressed first thing
contraste que
tomorrow
venga
morning.
antes.
But then I do intend to start with instructing the jury.
Y pues
This
ella va a empezar dándole instrucciones
case
al
will
jurado.
require a very lengthy time of the court reading off the jury instructions. I do believe it will require me to take some regular breaks, probably every 2 hours.
Que cada 2 horas
until
van a
the
tomar un break.
Jury instructions are read with perhaps a longer break at the lunch hour.
En la hora del break,
And,
del lonche, es cuando van a terminar, yo creo.
My best guess is that it'll take between 5 and 6 hours to fully instruct the jury. That's based on the 107 pages. Now, some of those pages, though, are after argument. And so that really kind of begs the question is, will the parties get to their closing arguments tomorrow, or will that be done Wednesday morning? I certainly would like to have the parties make their arguments. Yeah, clerk, may I see the instructions that we have thus far? The packet?
Del 1 al 10, ¿qué tanto las está desesperando esta situación? ¿Ustedes qué piensan? Del 1 al 10, todas estas personas que estamos aquí viendo y esperando, viendo algo insólito, porque en realidad este juicio está siendo tan mediático porque es insólito, nunca habíamos visto algo así.
That I read prior to the parties giving their closing arguments finishes on page 73. So given that, I believe that the parties will be able to give their closing arguments tomorrow. It
Dice
just
que
may
ellos
be,
mañana van a
depending
empezar
on
con
where
sus
that takes us,
closing
whether the
arguments
final
mañana.
instructions are given the following morning. Because that's another
Y ya la siguiente
30
mañana, o sea, el
pages.
martes,
I'd like
no,
to be able to do
el
it.
miércoles.
It just really depends on how late of an evening.
Que depende a qué horas terminen
I'm
en la
not
tarde, pero
opposed to
que...
going late, but letting the jurors go to the hotel and
Pero
then
se van a ir
starting their
el jurado
deliberations
se va
in
al
the morning,
hotel
if that's what needs to be done.
y pues así es como se va a
Understood,
hacer.
it
O
will
sea,
be
ya
ready.
esta
I think
semana se
from
resuelve
our recollection, it
qué va a
took you
pasar con
about
este
2.5
señor, cuántos años le
hours
van a
to
dar y qué onda.
preliminary instructions, which was 69 pages in length. So if that holds, I think, we reasonably could do closings in the afternoon, and it'd probably take you about an hour, hour and a half to read those remaining 30 pages. And we may still be able to wrap up by 4 or 5 o'clock in the courtroom.
I think that's a reasonable timeframe. Do you have any estimation on the length of your closing? I'm contemplating maybe putting a time restriction for both parties. I mean,
Los
we had
desespera
a
11,
solid
los
15
desespera
days
8.
of testimony, so I'm mindful that this is not a 30-minute closing.
Well, actually, I'm trying to keep it in the 30 to 45-minute range, just out of courtesy to the jury, and to highlight the important points.
Do you think it would be reasonable to give the parties each an hour total? That would reserve whatever's left from your.
Y como él no trae los
initial period
audífonos,
of rebuttal.
él se está perdiendo de
Yes.
todo esto y
Mr.
mañana va a
Brooks, do you
salir
have
con
any
que a mí no
position
me
on that?
avisaron, a mí nadie me dijo, yo no sé nada
I would note
y
he
nada
takes
más
the
va a estar
headphones on and off
atrasando
throughout. He
esto.
doesn't have them
No se
on.
da cuenta que
He's
cada día que él está
looking at a
perdiendo
book.
en hacer esto, en que la gente se atrase, es un día que él pierde de libertad, porque no creo que nunca salga, pero
Not just a book, it's the book.
Can't disagree with you there, sir.
Yeah. I mean, people actually live by it though. Anyway.
Sir, I'm contemplating putting an hour time limit on closing arguments.
dice que ella está contemplando poner una hora para el close de
The closing
argumentos,
arguments will most likely be tomorrow.
que mañana es los argumentos y va a ser una
Then
hora
you'll
nada
forfeit
más.
your right to give one, sir, because as
You
we have,
can't force me. You can't force me not. What type of court is this? Where you
Dice, ¿qué
say,
tipo de corte es
"You're gonna
esta?
force
Usted no me
somebody
puede
not to be
obligar
able to give a closing
mañana a cerrar los argumentos.
sir, if you choose not to give one,
Dice, usted si decide no dar uno,
sir, if you choose not to give one you're not letting me finish.
dice,
and you're
usted no me
mocking me
permite
right
terminar.
now, which is incredibly disrespectful.
Dice, es
once
increíblemente
again.
irrespetuoso lo
You
que
didn't
usted
even
está
let me get my
haciendo.
sentence
You
out.
always want to make the incorrect record. Go
Ya,
ahead,
que le
go ahead,
pongan la
make your
camisa de
incorrect
fuerza.
record.
I'll mute him once again because
Se lo voy a volver a
clearly he
decir
just
una
wants
vez
to be
más, porque
disruptive
claramente
this
usted no lo
afternoon.
está haciendo.
But as we have been talking about over the course of the last, 10, 15 minutes, talking about the timing of everything tomorrow, even though I have 107 pages of jury instructions,
Dice que tiene ella
the first
150 páginas que leer
deal
del
with
juicio
what is read prior to closing arguments.
antes de
That
del cierre de
means the
argumentos.
parties should be prepared to give their closing arguments tomorrow afternoon.
Mañana en la tarde,
I will do my very best with just one mid-morning break to get through all of these, the first part of the instructions. Then the state will give its closing argument. I'm giving the parties 1 hour each. I think that's
que a cada
reasonable
parte le va a
under
dar
the
una hora, o sea,
circumstances.
tiene una hora él y otra hora
Whatever the state doesn't use in its initial time of closing arguments, it can reserve for rebuttal. But then following the state, we may need to take a break of some
Dice,
sort,
durante
probably
el
before
juicio
the
de mañana
defendant
tal vez vamos a
goes.
estar teniendo
Just for
muchos
the
breaks.
jury's sake and the party's sake, we will need a comfort break. But you should be prepared to go tomorrow afternoon. Then the state, if they have any rebuttal, will get up within that time limit. I will myself and I'll have my clerk make sure we accurately time that. I will read the final instructions.
Pues dice que él ya,
really leave it in the jury's hands. If they want to start deliberating, that's fine. If it's 7 o'clock at night, I'll probably tell them we're going to break for the night. They'll be sequestered, but they will come back and begin deliberations in the morning.
Pues van a
that'll be
hacer las
Wednesday
deliberaciones
morning.
mañana en la
Now that
mañana
I've
y en la
really
tarde
kind of
ya
laid
dan
that
sus
out and thought about
closing
the brief, I will
arguments y
have
ya
the
yo creo que el
closing
miércoles,
argument
a más
before
tardar el
my
jueves,
7
si bien nos
pages.
va hasta el viernes, sabemos
We
qué
can get
onda,
this
pero
done
ya esta
tomorrow.
semana se resuelve este caso.
And so that's my
Dice,
expectation.
esas son mis
So,
expectativas.
Mr. Brooks, I'll unmute you, but that's
Ya
the
lo
expectation of
desmuteé,
the
pero,
court, that closing arguments will be done tomorrow.
pero mañana los argumentos de cierre se van a dar.
Mr. Brooks, I actually can, under all of the rules of procedure, it is my job to make sure there's effective and efficient administration of this trial. You are-
Then I should be allowed to, then if that's the case, then I should be allowed to tell the jury what they need to know, which is the truth, that they have the power. They have the power to nullify laws.
You are absolutely not allowed to tell the jury that. There's a jury instruction that I will have ready to go if you even attempt to raise
Dice
the
que él
issue
no
of
tiene el
jury
derecho de
nullification,
decirle al
sir.
jurado
You have
absolutamente nada.
absolutely no right to raise that. That is clear under the law.
Dice, eso es claramente inaceptable.
And you can't, so you added in jury instructions at the last minute, then you should have never approved them from the get-go because I never approved them. I told you I didn't understand them at all whatsoever, and you still passed it.
Sir, if you understand jury nullification, you understand jury instructions. It clearly.
Dice, si usted puede entender las notificaciones, usted claramente puede entender las instrucciones mis instrucciones.
It is not your right to do that.
No es su derecho de decir eso.
It is not your right to raise jury nullification.
Show me lawful law then. Show me.
All right, I'm going to mute him once again. He's
Dice,
starting
lo voy
to
a
raise
volver a
his voice.
mutear.
He's starting to hit his hands on the table. It's very clear to this court that it's going to be a challenge tomorrow during
Dice,
his
es muy
closing
claro para esta corte que
arguments.
mañana va a ser mañana es un día muy importante, mañana va a ser un día como challenge, o sea, va a ser difícil.
If he is going to be adamant about defying the court's rules, which I will tell him in part what they are today, and I will work on that as we break and have a very clear advisement for him tomorrow morning. He may run the risk of being put in the other courtroom because he'll forfeit by his
Y si él representa un riesgo, lo van a seguir teniendo en el cuartito ese. Y que mañana tal vez no va a tener la forma de poner el mute.
That it takes time for this jury to be excused.
Porque toma tiempo al jurado de venirse para acá, tienen que caminar todo esto.
Worse than what he's looked, frankly, in front of this court when
que ella quiere evitar que él se ponga más irrespetuoso mañana y que no puede tampoco pues arriesgar al jurado.
And I will need
Dice, voy a necesitar
a very clear pledge by him that he will follow the rulings that
ella quiere que él se comprometa que mañana él va a seguir las reglas para las notificaciones que le tienen que hacer.
Facts that are not part of the record. He cannot raise subject matter jurisdiction. He needs to argue the facts based upon his theory, based upon the evidence that's been presented. And those are the bounds. If he's going to, I can only imagine there may be some objections by the state. If there is an objection, I expect that he will stop and wait for this court to rule on the objection.
Ella espera que mañana él se comporte como esperan que se comporte. Si hay alguna objeción, pero si él no puede adaptarse y seguir las indicaciones en el corte,
the rules of procedure and the rules of evidence, then he will be in that other courtroom for his closing argument.
Dice, él va a estar en el otro cuartito para el cierre, él va a estar allá, no lo vamos a traer para acá, no se van a arriesgar.
To that jury. Because that is the balancing that I am tasked with tomorrow, is to ensure that this jury makes a determination based upon the evidence and the law. You do not have a right
Dice que
to talk about sympathy.
él no
That's
tiene el
very
derecho de hablar porque
clear
no
in the
tiene
case
ningún
law,
tipo de
whether it's
simpatía.
evidence or arguments. The juries, if you read through the jury instructions, sir, you will see they are specifically told they will not be swayed by sympathy, by prejudice, or passion. They are not to be concerned themselves with any penalties. You can't argue penalties. You can't argue jury nullification. You can't argue legal issues that aren't relevant to the elements and the other law that's in these jury instructions. And those are the very clear rules that you will need to follow. And like any other time in this trial, if you don't do that, you will forfeit your right to argue your case to the jury.
Dice que si él no
or
sigue las
forfeit your
instrucciones
right
mañana,
to be
él va a perder
present
su derecho
for
de
in this
continuar
courtroom and appear
defendiéndose
from
en
the
ese
other
cuarto
courtroom.
en ese cuarto
And
de la jueza.
that is, you are squarely put on notice of that here today, sir. With that, I think I've addressed all of the issues the
Dice, con
state
eso
has
creo que ya
asked me
cubrí todos los
to
todos los
address. Oh,
puntos.
one other issue, verdict timing. I know we have some time on this. I realize that there are many, many victims who may still be watching the proceedings
Dice que ella
remotely.
sabe que hay muchas víctimas
There
que
may be
están
news media, in fact, that may
y
want
la
to
media,
cover
los
the
medios de
verdicts,
comunicación viendo este
and that
trial.
this jury will take some time.
Yo sé que va a
because of
llevar
the sheer
tiempo,
volume
pero
of counts in this case. When this court is advised that verdicts have been reached, I am contemplating between 30 and 60 minutes before bringing everyone back into the courtroom for the verdicts to be read in open court. And if parties believe I need to wait longer, then let me know. But I think some of it will depend on how, is it late at night? Is it during the day? You know, are we dealing with any kind of traffic issues?
pues que ella por fin ahorita
in
está
the Milwaukee
diciendo,
area
hasta ahorita
that
se
may
está
want to
poniendo las
be
pilas,
here
pero de
as
todas maneras
well.
él no la está escuchando. ¿De qué le sirve
Even if I
desgastarse?
consider kind of,
Ella
you know,
pobrecita
outline
tiene
areas
toda la
of
mejor
Waukesha,
intención, pero
you
la
could
verdad
be
es
as
que
much as 30 minutes
no se,
away.
ella se
So
está
that's
desgastando.
my initial thought on that. Any statement from the state on that?
Not on that issue directly, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I apologize.
Any other issues?
Yes, my other issue as to verdicts was seating, if you intended to maintain the designated benches for the reasons you just said.
I would intend to keep the seating as is.
Okay, with the
The
reserve.
entire side behind the state for victims.
Okay, and the other side,
Public.
reserved for the first 5 minutes, or is that open seating over there? Or do you
My
wanna think about
previous or my rule throughout has been 15 minutes. What I would say is any open seating will open the courtroom. It'll still be open the whole time because we're
Dice que la
waiting,
corte va a
and so
estar
it
abierta
has to
todo el
be. So
tiempo,
any
pero pues
seat
sí,
that's left open within 15
se va a
minutes,
dejar de,
victims could also sit on the other side.
Okay.
If that's
porque
what
él va a estar en la
suggests.
otra, en el otro
Mr.
cuartito y
Brooks, any
pues
further topics by you?
Am I muted?
No, you're unmuted.
So, again, I don't understand nothing you just
dice
said.
otra vez, no entiendo lo que están diciendo.
I don't, how can you deprive me of my constitutional right? How can you trample on my constitutional right? How?
Sir, you can forfeit a number of constitutional rights by
Ah.
misconduct on your part.
Dice que él está también por medio de las leyes de la corte,
Sir, I
por su
direct your
conducta,
attention
se
to
está
Chambers
él
versus
auto
Mississippi,
bloqueando,
Rock
o
versus
sea, no.
Arkansas, State versus Anthony, Illinois
Did they
versus
reserve their
Allen,
Did they reserve their right?
the
Did
Beneby
any of those
decision. There's a host of case law, sir.
Did they reserve their right?
All right, sir, you are simply mistaken on that. So I'm muting him once again. He's
Dice,
not
lo voy a
giving me
desmutear
any
una
other
vez más.
issues, to address. We are in recess.
Oh, I'm
Estamos
sorry,
en
I- go ahead.
receso.
I'm
You
sorry.
do. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted the record to reflect that at about 2:04 PM, your clerk had provided the final version of jury instructions to both the state and to the defense. I watched on video as Deputy Wittig left this courtroom, went over to the other courtroom, handed the final jury instructions to Mr. Brooks, and he immediately turned and dropped them to his left off the side of the table. I can't tell from the video if that's where the trash can is located or not, but I did see that immediate response after he was handed the final jury instructions. Another
Did that
thing,
include the verdicts? or just
Ellos
the
tienen
jury
todas las de
instructions?
ganar. El otro, por más que trate de zafarse,
Okay,
no va a
just the jury
poder.
instructions. But thank you, because I didn't see that.
No va a
given
poder.
Some of the things I was looking at up here, so I appreciate that.
we're all all
A mí me
jurors
gusta
or
más
will
cuando
all
está aquí en el,
jurors then
cuando
be
cuando están
told
todos
to
juntos, a mí
report
me
with an
gusta más que
overnight
esté acá
basis?
adentro.
That's part of the instructions that
Okay,
they were
and you're
given.
gonna make that available to us?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll get Lauren down here right away, and I'll make sure that before Mr. Brooks is taken back to the cell. I see your arms waving. I'll get you in a second.
Dice, ya vi que levantó la
He's
mano.
provided with that as well.
All right.
And you as well.
Quiere
And
que
then
le
one
hagan
final
caso,
thing
quieren
is
que
the
lo
timing.
pelen.
Again, I don't mean to be
Yo no entiendo cómo no se ríen
disrespectful,
estos, están bien
Mr.
serios,
anyone
ni la
involved
jueza
in
se
this matter,
ríe,
but
ni el
should
policía.
there be any guilty verdicts in this case, would you be intending to proceed to sentencing yet this week or at a future time?
You know, that's an interesting question because I don't know how many victims will want to speak. If we
Dice que
have
ella
time,
sabe
I
que
would
muchas
certainly
víctimas no van a
consider
querer
that. I mean,
hablar.
I have this entire week set aside yet. And I have Monday morning, but I have some other things Monday afternoon, and then I am not available the rest of next week. So it really just depends on the timing. I would need to know from both the parties whether they anticipate anyone speaking other than the parties themselves. Any family members?
Yes.
I don't think I need a PSI. This is a trial. This is not like a guilty plea. So, Mr. Brooks, I'll get you. I'm unmuting you. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
And since we're all making records to make me look bad, I think we should say for the record that one of the rights I have is to demand that the court places in evidence any unrevealed contract, statute, laws, rules, or information being used against me under the Sixth Amendment. So how come that hasn't been placed in the evidence?
What law are you referring to, sir?
I'm referring to my rights under the Sixth Amendment.
And what
My
case law
constitutional
says
right
you have a
under the-
right to do exactly what you just said you have
Dice,
a
¿y
right
dónde
to do?
dice que usted tiene el derecho de hacer lo que usted dice que está haciendo?
Sir, that is very general.
Dice, eso
Your
es muy
statement
general,
It's vague.
es
There's
vago.
nothing specific
No,
that you have
usted está
referenced.
diciendo nada
You want
específico.
paragraph 2 or something like that? Is that what you want?
No, that's not what I'm saying, sir. You're making general arguments that aren't
Señor,
based
usted
on
está haciendo argumentos
and are overgeneralizations of what the law requires as well.
I accept for value in return for value any documents in this matter. Since, you know, it might be another record of what I'm doing, you know, since it's always a record of what I'm doing. And I also have the right to ask, is this common law or admiralty law? Because judging by the gold eagle on top of the flag, it's some explaining that needs to be done. That is a military symbol. So is this a common law court or admiralty law court?
Mr. Brooks, I'm frankly not going to address these nonsense legal theories of yours.
Dice que ella no va a apelar
They
estas
have been
cosas.
debunked. They are typical
que
sovereign
no están-
tactics that have no place in our judicial system.
No tienen
We
lugar
are
en su,
recess. I'll see
en su
everyone
cuestión
tomorrow morning
jurídica.
at 8:30. I'll just direct the bailiffs to wait until we have the verdict forms to give. And if it takes us longer than 30 minutes, we'll make sure they're delivered to him in his jail today.
Tienen
Thank you,
ahorita
everyone.
break.
Thank you.
Gracias. Break time. Oiga, no manchen, este señor neta que le hace, háganme caso, ¿dónde están las cajas? No, 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 no. A este seguramente lo van a tener encerrado porque seguramente va a salir culpable en algún lugar donde nadie esté con él, que esté solo, porque a cualquiera desestabiliza emocionalmente este señor, a cualquiera desespera, no manches. No te pases. Mañana que es que imagínate, atropelló a 6 personas, o sea, muchísima gente. Imagínense. Regresamos en unos momentos. Estamos en break. Ahí les encargo si pueden darle like, por favor, a este video. Gracias a todas las personas que me están acompañando aquí, que están aquí pues viendo este merequetengue que a lo mejor a ustedes ni les va ni les viene, pero tenemos que conocer. Imagínate que en tu vida te topes con uno de estos. Ya tienes una idea de cómo resolverlo, ¿no? Así que ahorita regresamos en unos minutos. Estamos en break. Bye, bye.
All right, before we continue, the record should reflect that, and at the moment, Mr. Brooks is muted, so I can appropriately make my record here today. I will promise to unmute him when we continue with the hearing after I make my record regarding the removal, assuming he can maintain.
Ella dice que lo va a desmutear otra vez. Lo va a desmutear. Vamos a ver.
And not interrupt other individuals.
Que no quiere que él esté interrumpiendo a otros individuos.
Disruptive and disrespectful.
Y irrespetuosamente. Ay, se nos fue, lo perdimos. Se fue al baño.
I know I could hear him until I muted him. I can see him. Can we please get confirmation from the other courtroom that the audio and visual.
Dice, ¿podemos por favor tener la confirmación de que él está ya aquí? O sea, quiere que ya chequen.
Prior to
no, esto es pasado, disculpen.
the court ordering
Esto es
Mr.
pasado.
Brooks removed from this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom.
Yo creo que ya se terminó entonces por el día de hoy.
9 interruptions, so it was on the 10th that this court ordered
Esto es
him
pasado,
to
me
be
imagino. A ver,
removed to appear remotely from that other courtroom.
esto es de la semana pasada, no es de hoy. Porque él está en el
I
otro
have
cuarto.
cited repeatedly from Illinois versus Allen, which is the Supreme Court case from 1970, which provides this court with the authority to remove Mr. Brooks from the courtroom. Because it is a new day, I think it bears repeating
Déjenme ver.
much of the language that is directly on point in this decision.
Sí, señoras y señores, esto es de la
It is
semana
essential
pasada.
to the proper administration of
Bueno,
criminal
entonces aquí yo creo que
justice that
terminamos
dignity, order,
el juicio de hoy. Esto es de la semana pasada. Mañana nos vemos. Mañana, recuerden, en la mañana aquí voy a estar un ratito también. Mañana va a ser un día también difícil. Gracias a todos los que se comunicaron en la mañana aquí, pues que estuvieron atentos al live. Dios los acompañe en el resto del día y nos vemos al rato. Bueno, en unas horas más en mi canal de YouTube. Acuérdense de seguir a Alex, #TeamPachangas. Nos vemos después. Bye bye.